Yo, what's up, everybody? Mario here in Fighting FX. Appreciate everybody for tapping in early already. IG, I saw you already, champ. I saw y'all. Nobody forgetting about y'all. Come on now. Nobody forgetting about y'all. Listen, if you're just tapping in, if you're just new to the channel, no, I'm not a douchebag. I'm wearing glasses because it's super bright right now. We'll take them off in a little bit. Don't worry. But today we have a jam-packed show. Now, I have work to get to later today. So I'm going to fit in as much as I possibly can. The issue is going to be this. I am going to have basically 3 shows today in one. Okay. We're going to do boxing. That's what's up. And that's going to be the bulk of today's show. And since it's Wednesday and that's mostly boxing show anyway, it's going to be a long one. So we're going to talk boxing up until the point where we watch Glanton and Brown. We're going to do a live watch along. Hey, Jake Paul's too much of a bitch to fight these guys, so they got to fight each other. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But we got that. We're going to talk about Eddie Hearn and Jay-Z collabing on a rap album. No, that's not true at all. But they are getting into business together from a boxing promotion. You're surprised Rock Nation is still in boxing too? I am as well. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into a lot more. However, the main topic for today right now is going to be the nominees for the Boxing Hall of Fame, the International Boxing Hall of Fame. And for this, I had to bring somebody on, right? Somebody who's tapped in, somebody who is worthy of a vote, somebody who can give us historical context as well as rational, logical based truth without any sort of innuendo or shilling at all being done. So, of course, I went to the only person I could think. I mean, I thought of a couple people. This was the person on the top of my list. Woodsy, what is going on? Michael Woodsy Woods, champ. Thank you for joining us. Sorry, I'm wearing glasses.
Why would that be a problem for me?
Glasses inside's a douchey kind of look. I'm not going to pretend it's not.
After giving that wonderful summary of me, how you know what I'm saying? You're a sharp one. No one putting nothing over on you, or if they are, you're allowing it to happen. So
Oh,
thanks for the nice introduction.
of course, champ.
I was kind of cracking up as you were doing it because you were saying, someone who can speak to it and this, that, and the other. And I'm thinking to myself, as someone who's a little bit older too, because in situations like this, often that helps.
It
Not
does.
that you'd know it necessarily in this world. That's not how media think these days. There is probably, this is a backhand compliment that I'm turning into a full compliment. Compliment you for having the intelligence for having me on the show.
Compliment you. Yeah.
But I'm going to say that there's some truth to that. Why? Because you and I are on the same page on many things. And I think one of them would be that we are living in a somewhat degraded age in many different ways. And one of the ways would be that this is a contempt prior to investigation mindset that most people are working with day to day, especially on social media and presenting themselves. And homework is out, and knowing history is out.
Yeah.
And hot take, what is right now in front of our face to inflame us, that is in.
Let me teach you something real quick. Now, I'm not okay. Wait. I'm not going to teach you anything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build you a bridge for something you already know to what they're utilizing and contextualizing it today. So what we call it now is clip farming. Okay. This is a moment where I say something crazy or you say something crazy so that we could clip it and completely sap it of its contextualization so that it just appears to be what it is, right? So if I say, you know what, I hate little orange peels, and it's like, oh, okay, but then they clip it and they show the South Park thing where Trump is, got the orange thing and his little penis is hanging out. Like, then they contextualize it like, oh, look, he's hating on Trump. When
Right.
the question you actually asked me was, what do you like better, tangerines, oranges, or whatever other citrus fruit? So it's like a situation where you set up something crazy, or you say something crazy, you do something crazy that within context is not crazy, but it appears to be crazy. So like just now, right? I made a joke saying that Eddie Hearn and Jay-Z are going to collab on a rap album. Now that
Right.
was a joke. I'm joking. Anybody who knows that story already knows that Jay-Z and his Rock Nation, I keep saying Jay-Z, I'm just making a joke.
Rock Nation.
Rock
Yep.
Nation and Matchroom are now partnering, and it looks like Matchroom's going to take a real stab at America this time, from what I'm hearing in the background. So making that joke, if they clip it and they say, look at this fake journalist who's spreading fake news with this thing he just said, and it's just like, well, you're clip farming me.
Let
You see?
me hop in and do something and say something that is antithetical to how people mostly are acting these days. You just brought up Eddie Hearn and Rock Nation. I'm here to disclose and divulge that when I saw that announcement, I emailed Eddie Hearn. Congratulations, Big Eddie. Saw your results on the Netflix show. That's fucking pretty tremendous. Hey, I'm interested in pitching you because you're going to be doing stuff in New York with Rock Nation, and I live in Brooklyn and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't lay it all out, right? That's the real fucking talk. That's the real shit that goes on behind the scenes of people you're booking or people you're not or whatever the fuck. That
Exactly.
I think, unless that shit is being acknowledged, then we're just fooling ourselves and it's fucking bullshittery, man. And
Exactly. And that's why I wanted to bring you on, because
I will admit it.
and
Yeah, I
here's the
will
thing, right?
admit when there's
This
bullshit.
this is the thing. I don't want to bring you on anytime where I want somebody angry or somebody to say something mad. I want to bring you on too to showcase what I know is one of the most um beneficial things about having you as a guest, and that is your historical reference and your ability to or you're a career spanning everything, right? You weren't a top ranked shield, you weren't a golden boy guy, you covered it all and down the middle. So you can give
As
us
much as I
a
could,
better
as much
summary
as I
of
could,
everybody as much as you
while
could.
staying in the game, while having a lane for myself. That's fucking hard to do in this day and age, bro. The lanes are now carved in such a way that there are fewer of them. There are many small independent lanes and roads, right? Little YouTube, little Twitter, whatever. But, all of it adding up to not all that much. It's an age of consolidation. It's an
Yes.
age of glorification of numbers over people.
Well
Numbers
said.
everywhere, mostly monetary figures is what fucking gets people hard-ons, right?
Yeah.
Announcing those billion-dollar fucking
Oh,
deals.
they love it, dude. I hate it.
Kind
It's
of
so
don't,
lame.
yeah, don't get me started on that because like I'm
Oh, if you want to get to WWE, we can get to WWE here in just a bit. Oh, I'm good with this one.
no,
Okay.
that's more that's
No, that's not.
yeah,
That's not. I'm
that's
sorry, not
another
WWE.
lane
TKO.
that
My bad.
isn't really mine. That
Mm,
lanes, sorry, are blurring
I feel
into
like
each
you know.
other though.
I feel like
People are
you know all the
buying
people.
shit in fucking multiple leagues, so like I have to know more
Absolutely.
about your shit going on in WWE and in fucking Dana White's slap fight even
Exactly.
because I have to. I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
the
yeah.
emails now.
It
So
sucks.
isn't that funny? Not
But listen,
really.
this is what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna go
Yeah.
through some of the more I don't want to say bigger, that's or more notable names that are nominees for the 2026 class for the IBHF. And those votes are going to take place over the next several weeks. We'll know in December who will be inducted in June in, where is it? Canastota?
Canastota, that's right.
Canastota.
Upstate New York.
I've always wanted to go, always wanted to be there. I have told myself and my wife that when Canelo gets inducted, I'm gonna go, and not like, oh, I'm gonna
So you
got
got
to
a few
celebrate
years
Canelo.
for
I just want to
saving.
be there for that
Yep.
massive moment. You know what I mean? I wanted to go for Ricky Hatton, and R.I.P. to Ricky Hatton. We covered that, and obviously he's one of the fighters that meant a lot to my generation of hardcore boxing fans, I should say.
Yes.
And so anyway, that said, we're going to go through these names and we're going to ask you, I want to do sort of like a, what comes to mind first, like a Rorschach test with words. And then we'll go over what you think their legacy is in the sport. But before we do that, I want to ask you this. Okay. And again, I don't want to bring you on just because I have some conspiracy or anything, not at all. But I have to ask you because I feel like you're one of the only people that will be honest about this. While I believe Golovkin is a 100% first ballot Hall of Famer, without a doubt, it does feel weird to me that at a time where Canelo's just recently lost, and it almost feels like maybe he could have a feeling like, hey, I put my, career in all these people's hands and it was Turkey that got me beat by a welterweight. And it was like immediately after he lost, this narrative just began to be pumped down our throats about how much better Canelo really is. And I'm not saying he's not that good. He is that good. But it's like, did we need to be reminded at that moment? Or was this Crawford's moment? So, with all that said, and the context that I've already given, that I believe Golovkin is a number one first ballot Hall of Famer, it does feel a little weird timed to make such a big deal to the point that he is the leading man in this charge. He's not just a nominee. He's not just a guy on the list. He is the premier name on the list. It feels a little bit like thou is protesting too much.
No, I don't,
The
brother. I
face
think it's
of
just
a Canelo loss. Is that too harsh? Am I being too harsh?
I think it's too much because it's just a matter of he last fought what 3 years ago.
Fair.
It used to be a 5 year
Coincidental.
gap, and now in this day and age of immediacy and urgency, they make it now a 3 year gap. You got to fight for a period of you got to not fight for a period of 3 years. In this day and age, that's harder and harder because guys are threatening to come back and coming back later and later and later. So they had to make sure that he wasn't going to fight again. And to be quite frank with you, Gennady Golovkin could come out of retirement if the price and whatever was right
Exactly.
next year, bro.
Exactly. I don't know, man. I
So
feel like this is like a thing where if you actually called them, like I feel like if you called Gennady's people right now
yeah,
and you asked them if they're willing to play ball with any fight, they would say yes, absolutely. What's the price?
I would
Maybe
think
it's
they
an
would say
exhibition, maybe it's
we
not.
would
But
listen.
this,
Yeah.
and so look, I'm not saying that it's that the timing is like yes, it's very coincidental and there's nothing wrong with coincidences. They happen. There's no bigger conspiracy. Okay. I'm not a flat earther, I'm not any of those things. I
No,
know
the
I
the
very much
timing
believe we
the
went to the
timing
moon.
came together here, Mario.
Sure.
That was pretty much it.
Fair.
This is typical
Fair.
timing for the International Boxing Hall of Fame. Golovkin is the number one guy on that list. Now listen, the entire ballot hasn't been dropped yet. It might be in the mail right now, but I checked Coppinger, I checked Raphael, and those would be the kind of guys that would be Ed Brophy would send them the ballot first.
Sure.
It's not out yet, so we don't know all who is on there. The top three male names that went on the release today was, say it, Golovkin,
Gennady Golovkin, Vernon
Vernon
Forrest,
Forrest,
and Steve Collins
and
is
Stevie
the.
Collins.
But to be honest with you, I don't know. I feel like Kelly Swanson is a bigger deal. But she's not a fighter, obviously, right? So we're talking
Right,
fighters,
she's on
but
the
like
non-participants.
non-participant list, and I
She
feel like
should probably make it in. I'm guessing. It's interesting. You want to put me on the
I'm not gonna say
spot
anything.
and say who am I going to fucking vote for in each of these?
No,
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 I'm
no,
not.
no, no,
No,
no,
I'm
no.
not
Of
going to
course,
answer.
no, of course not. No, of
But
course I would
certain
never do
people
that.
would get a vote, and other people wouldn't get a vote. And in a situation like this, the voters are human beings first. And
Absolutely.
that means that every single one of them will filter through their own feelings how they feel about that person and how that person made them feel.
Mm,
Gennady Golovkin made us feel good,
mm.
upbeat, happy warrior from a country that we didn't know about. But oh, he seems very cool and funny and like, you know, humble in his own way. 2017 and 2018. This was an HBO perennial, right? So you saw him 3 times a year on HBO. And what wasn't to like? He came out and he fought the old school method, which some people call Mexican style, right? He wanted to thump you. He was there to take you out, bro. So do I appreciate that? Did I appreciate that? Undoubtedly then, and I do now. Listen, summing it up here for a little clip, clip, clipping,
Clip
or whatever
farming.
the fuck you call it, right?
Clip
We'll do
farming.
this
Yeah,
right
there
now.
you go. Clip
Is
farming.
he a runaway first ballot Hall of Famer, ATG great, et cetera, plus, plus, plus? No. But he was
What?
he was really, really good. Okay, at times he was great. However, and this is maybe why you invited me on a little bit, not that other people can't do this, but go to BoxRec, okay? And go and see all the people that this person beat. And when you're reading the names, say to yourself, okay, how meritorious was that person at that time? Was this a, and you will look at Gennady Golovkin's reign and you will say, this wasn't a wonderful batch of middleweights during his time. Okay. Even people that held some belts and what have you, you know, Curtis Stevens stood out, whatever, but a lot of, you know, whatever. He fought who was there. He didn't shy away from anyone, but was it an era where he was challenged? No. The fights with Canelo came late, and finally he had his all-time rival for the ages. And what happened there? He didn't get his just due. Canelo got a little bit of extra love. You know, maybe we were favoring Mexico over
Sure.
Kazakhstan. And guess which segment of peoples and Hispanic peoples actually buy a lot more boxing? Right? You're talking about shit tying together and coincidences and not coincidences and all of that. Yeah, bro, that has to do with this. So let's do it this way. Am I going to vote for Gennady Golovkin Hall of Fame? Absolutely, yes. The next person they mentioned in the release sent out, Vernon Forrest, he's kind of an iffy for me. Dan Raphael's like, oh, it's a no-brainer. I said, well, let me reacquaint myself actually with the career of Vernon Forrest. Vernon Forrest had a kind of a weird career. He was actually somewhat at times an underachiever. He fought up and down to his competition. Back-to-back losses to Mayorga, who was not a pugilist specialist. But that was after he had beat Mosley twice. So he was up and down. And then a loss to Sergio Moore, who, while good fighter, again, not an all-time great. So this is not an impregnable record that Vernon Forrest has. And he was tragically murdered in 2009. So that gives it that extra oomph. And on an off year when there are other people that haven't stopped fighting only 3 years ago, Vernon Forrest is going to get a bigger look this year. Should Stevie Collins get a bigger look over Vernon Forrest? I would argue if Stevie Collins had had his whole career here, instead of just starting out in the Boston area, feeding on lesser lights, and he had beaten Eubank and Ben twice each, and they were all American fighters, Stevie
Oof.
Collins would have been a lock for the Hall of Fame a while ago.
Yo, okay, man, I fucking swear to God, I you you could teach a master class and boxing fans would be so much better off for it. The sport would be so much better off it. More people would understand what Sean Patel was trying to do.
I don't think there's the
Listen,
tolerance for it. I think you have a
what you
different
just
kind of
said is
brain.
I
But
understand.
okay.
I understand. No, you're right. But what I'm trying to say is that what you said is so right. And the problem is that the narrative over the last decade has changed it to you being wrong. And you're not wrong. Factually, you're telling us the truth. You're telling us the real. And while I love people like Janis Joplin and Kurt Cobain and Selena is my queen. I'm from Corpus Christi. At the end of the day, sometimes it feels like when you lock people in these moments based on untimely and unfortunate passings, it almost rises their legacy.
It mythologizes them.
It mythologizes them. Thank you. At the end of the day, I'm not even trying to make this even political
Mario,
at the end of the day, but
we're not
it's
going
the
to bring
situation
this.
where you have to like make them this thing.
I'm not going to say the words.
Thank you,
Charlie Kirk.
Okay. And then he says them. Oh man. Well, I don't know if I should thank you or not thank you for that.
No, probably not. Mythologizing, my friend. People are worth, some people, not me, people are worth more dead than they are alive. Sad to say. Get me a drink while you're off frame there, you bum. You're in Texas. I'm in Brooklyn, New York. I need a coffee. Waitress. I got a sip left. Who else is going to make the Hall of Fame? Kelly Swanson may or may not get in. If there's a popularity contest, you know, some people are more likely to get in the popularity contest than not. Who else is on the list, Mario, that they sent out
okay,
as non-participants?
Hold on, because we kind of went through a little bit, and I want to let's go back here for just a second. Okay.
Sure.
You said that Golovkin is not the guy that he sometimes is made out to be as a middleweight, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, within the context of the age that he was in.
Sure, understood.
So, you know,
now,
good, you know, great. And again, 2017, 2018, there was a little time where there were people like, that was the number one pound for pound fighter. So not demeaning him at all.
The era middleweights is more what you're questioning than anything else. And that's fair. Now, it's not that I'm trying to push back because I disagree. Not at all.
Yeah.
However, I come from the Klitschko era, and the more and more older I get, the more I feel like it's disrespectful to that era and to my generation, right? Because like I see all these people and say, oh, it's the Klitschko era heavyweight. It was shitty. Okay, fine. But also they were that good. Like, don't forget that part about it. They were that good. And when you have people like Thomas Hauser, and when you have people like Thomas Hauser sit some of the most profound minds in boxing in a table and say, okay, we're going to do a pound for pound Trivial Pursuit game on the board of who's the best middleweight. And they basically play, you know, March Madness with a bunch of middleweight names, and they get to Golovkin as the number one guy, and that solidifies it. It is weird, and people say it's weird, and it feels weird. And then the HBO hype train comes, and so it's all about, and then the Mexican style comes, and he starts saying these things, and it all starts to feel like this amazing piece of promotion. So while Golovkin is absolutely terrific, his legacy really, truly is pushed that much further based on some epic pound for pound promotion. Okay, at K2 and these guys, like, I'm not trying to say that it was this one mind that masterminded this. They all took advantage when they could of propelling him, right? HBO did it. You know, the Mexican style came along. And don't get me wrong, Golovkin was just naturally charming, right? He was just naturally good on the mic. And the juxtaposition of him being this violent, beautifully poetic, violent machine in the ring, and this soft-spoken, almost humble man that you're talking to post-fight, that juxtaposition was worth millions just alone. All I'm saying is that he was a proprietor of perfect promotion, I think, just as much as anything else.
Mario, he was this ambiguous, he could have been from any country. It was like ambiguous, funny foreign man. And the archetype you could see on sitcoms in the 70s and the 80s. Andy Kaufman played someone of some ethnicity on Taxi. and playing that
Yes.
ethnicity for
Yes.
that ambiguous ethnicity for laughs.
Yeah, exactly.
Not
He was, and
mean,
they told me he was supposed to be the
right?
Fonz.
Yes, in on the joke,
Yes.
saying things by mistake that are funny. You know, that's definitely an archetype that actually Usyk figured out how to do a few years into being a very popular high level fighter. It's
Yeah.
that's when humor used really smart. It's especially smart in the context of a very violent sport, right? So you have the duality there that plays nicely. It gives you something to chew on both sides. So that, I think you're nailing it very well as far as the meaning of Golovkin long term. I think the meaning of Golovkin long term, I think you brought up Klitschko and Klitschko's, and I think that is absolutely apt comparisons, because it is true. What you said, it pissed you off a little bit because it's true.
Thank
The
you.
era
It
was a
did.
little bit
And I
thin.
appreciate you. I appreciate
They
you acknowledging
right?
that.
So all time, they don't get quite as much love. There isn't that continuing mythology that say people who went through wars
Yeah, and
and then right, the Duran. I know it's a
you're
small
absolutely right,
fucking
dude.
list,
And it's
but
so funny. You're
it's a
just on the
small list because
verge.
people don't fucking take that those challenges as much anymore. Golovkin and Canelo came together when Golovkin was, getting older, right? And then the last
Yeah.
fight, that was it for him. So that was faded Golovkin. But this is going to swing back to part of this is here's going to make sense. Business, it's always about business. It's always about making the most amount of money. And let's swing it to another one of the people that we already mentioned that we moved past because he's a UK guy. He's a Dubliner, Irishman, Stevie Collins, right? I had to reacquaint myself and remember he retired, he said, because he was so sick of chasing a fight with Roy Jones that never came together. And the dude fought enough tough people and what, you know what? One day I should sit down and ask Roy about that dude, really what happened, because Steve Collins would definitely be in like the top 3 of guys that, why didn't he fight Roy Jones?
Yeah. For real. Why didn't you fight Roy Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So,
so man, how much time do you have left with us?
what do you want, 15 minutes?
That would be great if you could
Sure.
spare that much
Yeah, we'll
more.
go to
Okay,
5.
because you just did something that added to this that I want to play real quick. Okay, now this is a game that we just started playing here on the show.
Yeah.
And you are the latest contestant of, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the media banner. I'm gonna stall a little time so I can play this soundtrack. Better than who? That's, god damn it, that's not it. Better than who? That's not it either. Okay, right here. I swear to God, this is it. Better than who? Okay, you know what? Fuck that.
What
That's
was
bullshit.
it?
It's a thing I made on
What's it supposed to say?
Suno.
Better than who? What?
It's supposed to go. Uh, it's supposed to go. You better than who? Better than you.
Who?
It's supposed to go like that. Yeah.
Better than
I don't know
you.
where I don't know where I'd put it. That's okay.
Bro, you got to always label all your sounds. All your
And I'm terrible at it. I'm just
label.
absolutely terrible at it. Okay, well, we're gonna do it, and let me just give you this right here.
Better than who? Better than you.
Suno, and they knocked it out of the park. Exactly what I wanted. All right, so better than who? Now, this is a wait, stack up to the boxing middleweight of yesteryear. I haven't used that word in a long time, so I'm going to use it.
No, you probably never have.
I have used it before in papers. I'm sure of that.
Oh,
Academic
okay.
speaking. Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
you got to use bigger words
you're just
when
like,
you're an English
fucking
major.
yesteryear. Yeah.
Exactly. When you're an English major, all you got to do is tap into like some old wordage and verbiage, and then your teacher
Bro,
usually
if you're
just
an
gets
English major,
super horny for it.
you're looking for work.
You're out of
Okay,
work.
go
Yeah.
on.
Okay, so we are playing Better Than Who. This is a game where we ask the contestant, in this case, Woodsy, who is Golovkin better than when it comes to all-time middleweights? Now, some of these names are going to be very obvious, and you're going to say, are you kidding? There's no way
Yeah.
this guy's better than Golovkin. But this is a list meant to make you think and kind of go, okay, wait, if I put him here, then he has to be here, sort of thing. So there's
Okay.
no time limit as far as you saying who. You can always pass and we can come back, or you could just duck the smoke. All right. Now, some of these names are going to be welterweights that, ended up winning a middleweight title. Some of these guys are going to be more traditionally super middleweights that ended up moving up to light heavyweight. Whatever. We're just asking you, how does Golovkin stack up as a middleweight versus these guys? Okay. Better than who? Bernard Hopkins. Was Golovkin better than Hopkins?
No.
Better than who? Marvin Hagler as a middleweight.
No.
So Marvin Hagler was a better middleweight, you think, than Golovkin was a
Yes,
middleweight?
when Golovkin was brought out and it was going to be starting on HBO, they started with a nice lunch. It was one of them luncheons, bro.
Okay.
And Abel Sanchez was there. And so I'm dutiful. I'm at ESPN at the time, ESPN.com. I'm
Yeah.
hot, a little high on the hog. This is career apex looking back.
Oh.
And so Abel said he made the comparison. He used the H word. Now, my friend, where'd I grow up? Massachusetts. As far as boxing goes, Massachusetts didn't really care much about boxing, but what they did care about was Marvin Hagler living in Brockton, Massachusetts, right? So, I perked up and I'm all ears and I like to be positive about the sport. So I'm like, yeah, like Hagler. I mean, marching people down, fucking destruct and destroy. Okay, I get it. Your guy wants to do that. And he more so said it was the mindset of destruct and destroy. Abel, but he was clever. Abel, very fucking clever. Been around and older and wiser about all this shit than I was at that time, right? And how to plant little fucking seeds. And so the Hagler Golovkin match was made, and people would talk about it and discuss it, and who's this guy? Here's the big old fat old difference. Look at who the fuck Marvin Hagler fought, and right, and then names of the era. Now, actually, you know what? Actually, if you really want to get into it, not everyone that Hagler fought at all was this all-time great all-star. So we can
Yeah,
play that
because,
game with
well,
anyone. I can play it
it's
with
not that I want
Hagler
to play it.
too.
It's not that, okay,
But
but it's not
anyway,
that I
my
want to play
short
it.
story long
Go ahead.
is
I'm sorry. Yeah,
no.
go ahead. Sorry.
Hagler, different generation, different kind of fighters, different level of fighters faced, just different fucking era. And no, I would hope Golovkin wouldn't even tell you that he's on the same level as Hagler.
So my real quick 30-second pushback,
Yes.
not on Hagler pound for pound being better. I think he's much better. However, when I look at Marvin Hagler's 160-pound reign, I look at names that aren't really super special.
That's what
And
that's acknowledging. Yeah.
on top of that, when you do get to some names that are special, we're talking about career best lightweights. We're talking about career best welterweights. We're not talking about middleweights, right? And there's a difference. You have to
Well, you
understand there's a difference
specifically
because
talking about Hagler. You're talking about Leonard and Hearns
sure, yes, and at the end
and
of the day,
Duran coming up.
he did lose to Leonard too. It's like a situation where you're like, okay, well, you couldn't beat Terrence Crawford at 168. Were you really the best at 168? Or was it a situation where you fought some of these guys who were pound for pound greats, you got their win, so then the world of boxing established you as a top fighter and you were in the middleweight division? Not that you were a badass middleweight. Like, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I said 30
Part
seconds.
of the
Sorry. Go ahead.
problem
Respond.
with Hagler was he left a lot of his best shit back in fucking 20 fights ago. He grinded for
Well
so
said.
long and he wasn't connected, and he had to fight to get a title shot because he was with the Petronellis and I guess because he wasn't. Who was he not fucking signed with? Why was he not getting the shots? You know,
Uh,
I would have to go back deeper into the archives.
well,
But
from the Four Kings doc, it seemed clear that he was the perpetual B side they tried to place him on because they didn't want a machine like that to be the A side. So of course they're going to stay
right,
away from him. You don't want to
he
put the
got
money
dodged. He
on
got
that side
avoided.
of the field.
Yes,
You want to put the
correct.
money on the side of the field of like Floyd Mayweather, where it's an easy day at the park. You're going to get paid a shit ton of money. You're probably going to lose, but you're not going to lose any brain cells over it. You know what I'm saying?
And
Marvin
yes,
Hagler is the complete opposite. You want to earn your money, you're going to fucking earn your money. He's going to make you earn your money. Bro, you don't want to give A side to that guy.
so really, ideally, you either read up on a biography and all these guys and know what's actually going
Sure.
on. Hey, there is a new Hagler, new Hagler book that's out.
Oh,
Dave
wow.
Wedge, I think, is the author. I haven't gotten it. This is one of those things where I usually, when I end up buying these books, I may not end up finishing them because I either know all of the stories or I feel like
Mm,
I already know all the fucking stories and there's
understood.
nothing left to be told. And when people are dead and gone, it's not like unless he found Marvin's diaries,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Fair.
what's he working off of, right?
Yeah, it's
So,
called
anyways,
Blood and Hate: The Untold Story of Marvelous
there you go.
Marvin Hagler's Battle for Glory. Dave Wedge, and shout out to you, man. You're just such a good guy who just gives cred when cred is deserved. So, okay, we're gonna speed this way up. It's
Okay,
gonna
yeah.
be yes or no's. Carlos Monzon,
No, not as good. I see. I'm
James
shitty at
Tone.
this because I fucking tilt towards the old days all the
That's
time.
okay. That's
Uh,
okay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with this game. The best thing about this game is there's no wrong way to play it.
yeah.
James Toney,
No,
Mike.
James
No,
Tony is a master craftsman. Different, yeah.
Canelo Alvarez. Now we're talking legacy. Who is better at middleweight? Not just who won, but if that is what decides it for you, then obviously that's what decides it for you.
Oh shit! Can I fucking just flip a coin on that one?
You can
And
pass,
say they can,
absolutely.
let them fucking share that shit and give. I want to give some credit. I've been too mean to the news days, so I'm gonna share the credit and give them each 50% here. Kind of lame.
Okay, now last question in this thing. Who is your all-time middleweight? I mean, the guy that you personally watch. It doesn't have to be while you were covering. It could be on TV or whatever. Your favorite middleweight watching, either growing up, recently, whatever. Favorite of all time.
Well, it has to revert to because what I grew up with. I grew up in Massachusetts in the 70s and 80s,
Mm,
and especially the 80s was Marvin Hagler time,
Marvin
baby.
Hagler.
Now even then, see, I'm a bastard, but I'm a bastard who sees things not hopefully from different areas. The thing with Hagler, him getting avoided and losing out on some of his best years is a real thing. It a little bit frustrated me as I'm assessing his total career and stuff because he was slipping towards the end. And dude, he'd been doing it for dude, how they used to train versus how they train now. You can't.
Yes.
They don't. They were training harder then, bro. They were having gym wars, all the fucking et cetera, et cetera. So it was just harder then. And I sound like an old guy who was my age or whatever. Well, it was fucking different. Sorry, go and watch some YouTubes of them fucking old fights and
No, no,
feel
no, man.
yourself, get invested, allow yourself to soak up the pre-fight shows and the hype shows from and teasing it out and sitting down with the guys for interviews, old school, and that built it up, bro. It
Yeah.
wasn't the same 24/7. Oh, how am I building it up? With clip poaching or whatever the fuck you called, with Canelo buying a
Clip farming. Yeah.
$1.4 million fucking watch. Guess who watched that and no more of that fucking episode? Me.
This guy too, by the way. Yo,
Goodbye.
okay. So I want to move on
Yeah.
to a few names while we still have you. Okay, the first person I want to talk about, and I saw that he has in the past commanded a lot of respect from so many different places from Mexico to the US, obviously, and all throughout the UK, obviously. Steve Bunce. What does the name Steve Bunce mean to you in boxing?
Steve Bunsey, I think. He probably talks like this, but I don't even know. He's probably a bit, very much older than me, isn't he? He
Yes,
is, right. He used to be one of the guys holding down the fort at 2 a.m., you know, and 2 a.m., 4 a.m.
that's how I
UK,
remember. Yeah,
right? So he was just a lifer, married to it. God bless him. That seems like the kind of guy that absolutely, as a media, you would have him in the fucking Hall of Fame.
absolutely. I always wanted to interview him. We never got a chance on TBV.
Bunsey.
Now, this is the person I really want your commentary from, because Jack Reese, in my opinion, is one of the greatest referees I've ever personally seen. Now, here's what I'll say about Jack Reese. There was a time when I was around high school, and he was getting all the best fights, right? Like, in terms of, like, not the biggest high
Yep.
profiles, like best matchups, right? Brandon Rios and his Showtime fights and the firefights they put on. And, he became synonymous with the action fight. This is the guy you wanted when you didn't want a referee to screw up the matchup that was just perfect for fight fans. Okay. Then the narrative started to change on him. Within some time, about 5-6 years, then it became different. And people started to attack him for some of the things that they long admired him for. And he wasn't aggressive enough, or that he favored certain styles over another, or he would constantly miss infractions and things like that. I've always held Jack Reese in the most highest of regards. I think that he understands reffing. And here's the thing. I was an umpire, right? When I stopped playing baseball in college and I gave it up, I had to stay close to the game. And umpiring was a thing that I saw that I could actually make money and maybe even still get to the pros. And you know what, Mike? I was a fucking good umpire. Good. The president of our TASO, this is the people that run college to high school games, said that I had it in me to go as far as I wanted to go. I got everywhere. I got up to because I just played. You know what I mean? I wasn't going to be sitting my fat ass back at first, making a call from 30 feet away. Fuck that. I was right there in the action. That's what I was, because that's how I played. And let me tell you, you know what? I got it wrong. I got it wrong at times. I got it dead wrong at times, by the way. Yeah. And I didn't do it on purpose. And it's not because I'm a fucking moron. It's because we all make mistakes. Yeah. At the end of the day, referees have such a difficult job. Now, are there referees that I think that have done a really bad job, and I don't know how they continue to, perform at the level? Sure. But the same can be said with judges and managers and fighters, by the way. So at the end of the day, that everybody has their buddies that keep them at the top. But Jack Reese is not one of those guys. What do you think?
So you've heard this from me before. Respect yourself, respect outside of yourself, and know that there is so much fucking shit you don't know. And I think I was saying it last time in terms of some of these boxing writers and their arrogance. Just, bro, you don't know. Why do some certain judges keep getting gigs? It's not despite those bad calls. Because of
God, that's a fucking clip font. That's a clip, right? That's a gem clip. That's what they call those.
It's not a fuck up. If it's actually going in the direction that people are wanting. Certain people are wanting. Yeah. So, well, I don't know how many of those compromised people are in the fucking Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
Plenty, brother. Shit. Plenty. It's a dirty sport. It's a dirty business. It's a business. Life is a business. Life is dirty. What the fuck do I know?
And what do you and how clean can the people whose job it is to keep it clean hands be, right? You can't if you're handling a dirty sport and you're one of the people that is supposed to keep it clean, then exo facto your hands are always going to be dirty in some way, shape, or form, right? And that's not a detriment to you as a ref.
I would get frustrated and angry, but keep it to myself probably too much. When Lou DiBello would be like, Woods, why aren't you getting on this? Why aren't you guys, if it's one monolith, why aren't you guys talking about this, that, and the other? And I'm thinking to myself, and I would say to him, dude, I'm just a writer. You want me to be also the opinion guy and come down hard on the shit, on all this bullshit?
Exactly.
You're the fucking guy with power. I'm not.
Give me a quote to use so that I
Exactly. And
can,
they would, and
you
he
know,
wouldn't do
and
that.
you
If
won't.
you're
No,
listening
no, they
now,
won't.
Lou, if you're listening now, come on, bro. That was the truth. You shrank, Lou, from
Hmm.
saying the courageous thing and then got pissed at me when I wouldn't. When who's backing me up? What monolith is backing me up? What organization? None of them, bro. I had my own organizations. I had NY Fights and I ran the sweetscience.com before that. And I ran my own blog on ESPN New York and fired them and said I'm not going to do it
All
anymore if
I
y'all are
know,
fucking with shit like that. So, whatever. Is that the best thing in this all said and done? That sort of independence? Probably honestly not. But
listen,
it's the fucking way I did it, so eh.
and as far as Jack Reese, real quick,
Yeah, bro.
anything specific that you have to say about him or
I'm going to say that, Jack, you touched on it when you were sort of describing him and being the it referee at a time. I don't think I've ever met him, have talked on the phone with him, and personable, and also works as a realtor, right? So he's a
yes.
people person and he knew how to handle the fame and knew how to feed into it and what persona he had, et cetera. And he did really well. And I don't remember, any egregious errors. The main thing you want as a referee, as far as I'm concerned, probably is to go through your career and never having called a fight in which someone is beaten to death. I don't know
Mm,
if he did that or not, but that would be one of my measurements for myself in refereeing. But
I've
yeah,
never
he's a
thought of
guy
that.
who
That's a very
stands
good
out.
point.
Listen, and that's also making the most of the material. You do that in
Well said.
entertainment business from wherever you can. If it's an interesting corner person, if it's an interesting referee, if it's an interesting former judge, Harold Letterman, use it.
Mm, well said. Well said. Listen,
Yeah,
finally, last topic and our last name, and then we'll let you go. I appreciate you staying longer than
sure.
had committed to. We always appreciate your time. Kelly Swanson, when I started in boxing, I had heard the name. I knew the associations. I didn't know what this person did. To be honest with you, I didn't know. I didn't know it was a male or female at the time when I first started in the sport. Within
Ambiguous
the
gendered name.
well, you know what it was too.
Yeah,
Yes, that's part of it, but part of it was
could be a guy. Yeah.
they were out of it wasn't at that time. They weren't. Their name was more powerful than their image, right? Their branding was on point, but the image wasn't there. I'll
Right.
say this. Within a year, maybe 18 months, I realized that Kelly Swanson was the most powerful unknown entities in boxing. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that she was more powerful than Al Heyman and these people, but those
Mm-hmm.
people were already known, right? I'm not bringing up, like the twins or anything, right? Because they were seen every weekend on Showtime. What I'm saying is that for all the fans out there that were aware of the Al Heymans and the twins and their father and all these people, I don't think very many people knew about Kelly Swanson and how much hold she had in the game, specifically in the fighters she worked
Yeah.
with. What do you think of the legacy of Kelly Swanson, and what can you tell us about her place in the Hall of Fame?
So her legacy would be a matter of eras once again. She
Well said.
was an absolute straight line from old school era in which a media relations person helped the media
Oof.
to the new era where a media relations person was more so hired to
Control.
control, which in many cases would be hinder. So let's put it this way: if I were able to have only one vote for a publicist to be in the Hall of Fame, my vote would go to Lee Samuels over Kelly Swanson.
Mm,
And that's not because it's a popularity contest. It was more along the lines of me doing my job within the framework of that, this person help or hindrance. And, if you chose to have Kelly on and ask her about it and what she thought of Mike Woods, she'd be happy maybe or not to tell you stories of where we've, you know, had discussions and, you know, scrappy ones.
Mm,
I will leave it at that.
the
There's
gentleman's way to answer too.
that's a smile. Those are people smiling. You know, no, I'll actually tell this story.
Cool.
I will tell this story. Um, my older daughter is 18 years old. Her name is Annabelle. Anyone who follows me on some of the social media, Facebook or Instagram, grew up looking at pictures of Annabelle growing older. She's 18 now. She's a freshman at SUNY Oswego.
Shout out.
And starting around third grade, especially, she started having bad anxiety. And most of it was centered around school. So getting her to go to school was actually like, you actually had to drag her there. So if you can imagine an 8-year-old girl fighting that, parents not understanding and knowing why, trying to get to the bottom of it. It wouldn't be until years later that she was diagnosed ADHD, neurodivergent, and being in school was like fucking torture to her. Anyways, all things being equal, her mom and dad, me and my ex there, did what we could to fucking, raise her and have her try to be happy and go with the flow and figure out anxiety and her anxiety attacks. And so little things sometimes would be big deals because this is a girl who had struggles with mental health. So one time there was boxing, I think it was 2017, 18 maybe, at Barclays Center, around there. And Annabelle had a ticket to go because I think Heather Hardy was fighting on this one, maybe. Anyways, it was early. It was, an hour even before, or half an hour before gates had opened. And I just brought her, I was with Annabelle at Barclays Center, and I brought her to where my seat was. Fights weren't even started. I'm like, here, babe, check it out. This is where I'm going to sit, and etc. And Kelly took it upon herself to see that and to stop it and to curtail it and to chide me in front of my, 9-year-old daughter or 10-year-old daughter who was just proud of taking his daughter to work day, basically. Just showing her the fuck in my seat, and then she was going to go on her merry way. And Kelly said, Michael, no one's supposed to be down here, blah, blah, blah. But sister, there ain't no rule that. There ain't no rule. If it was the owner of the building, he could come down and show, right? So I never forgot that. And my daughter never forgot that. She watches boxing, continues, and it was like she had a little PTSD over the moment, getting kicked out by this woman who was just patrolling her area. And it was
Like that was even her job, by the way.
yeah.
It's the
And
arena's
it was
job.
and it was
What was she doing? Check-ins? Like what the fuck?
Yeah. So,
Crazy.
anyways, you could say that's neither here nor there, but it is both here and there
No, it's
because
huge.
people will never forget how you made them feel.
Mm. Can I tell you a story real quick?
Sure.
So when I was born, actually, my insides were on the outside. And so they had to do like 4 different surgeries before I was 5.
Yeah.
And I didn't go to school for the first I didn't go to school at all for kindergarten. In first grade, I would go every other Friday, and then it turned into every Friday. And
Cool.
so by the time I got to school in third grade and I was going every day, this had already been after 8 surgeries.
Yeah.
Um, I actually had to have a colostomy in. That's what I don't know if I've ever shown you, but that's what this scar is right here. And
Gotcha.
so I it was torture to get up,
Yes.
especially when you've been homeschooled for the first 7 years of your life.
Yeah.
And I don't know what anxiety is. I don't know what stress is. Neither do my 22-year-old parents, by the way, who plan to have their kid,
Oof.
right? They were already married for a year, and now all of a sudden they have a child who, I mean, what is a colostomy when you're 21? Do you even know what that is? Like, how many people watching right now even know what that is? Right?
Not until you're forced. Not until
Not until
you're
you're
forced
forced
to
to know.
either you're
Not
for
until you're
yourself
forced to
or
know.
yeah, exactly.
And so this anxiety that I felt that was fully based on me started to come out in violent ways because as the new kid at school, by the way, I was short and very, very cute. Don't let this mustache fool you. And
I
so
thought you were
girls
gonna
would,
say short. I thought you were gonna say short, very, very fat,
no, no, no. I was very, very short, very, very skinny, and
and
very,
very
very cute.
cute. That's
And
cute,
so I
Mario.
would have a lot of girls who would write me
Ooh,
notes and things like that. And as the
nice,
new
brother.
kid, that put a huge target on my back. Mike, by the
Ah,
time
yes.
I was in sixth grade,
Nemesis.
I had been in over 15 fights, fist fights. Now,
Oh,
they were only with like 3 or 4 different people, but there were points where every Friday, because the way that our school was ran and the way they let people out, essentially it was a fight camp or it was like a fight club every
yeah.
Friday. And it wasn't a situation where anybody wanted to do it. This is a situation where people that were watching basically huddled and forced these people into a group. And here I am. I've barely had any social contact with kids. I'm
Yes.
masking completely, copying what I see, right? Struggling every day.
Hmm.
And it started this thing where I felt like the need to protect myself. But because I was already at an elevated level of stress, the moment I got out of the shower, I was dreading getting dressed because you know what that meant after I was dressed? That meant I had to go to the table and eat breakfast. You know what it meant after that? That meant I had to put on my socks and my shoes and get
Yeah,
them
bro.
tied. You know what that meant after that? Then when we were going to walk the 2 blocks to school and I was going to pray to God that nobody tested me in front of my grandmother.
Right.
That was the prayer every day. Please don't let the kids that fuck with me every day fuck with me in front of my grandma. Um, by the time I got to 6th grade, I had been in several fights. And my dad took me to his work on a Saturday, which he rarely worked on a Saturday. I was starting school that Monday. His boss, who at that point was like a multi-millionaire, his name's Sam Susser, one of the most wealthiest people in my state. He brought me to work and there was a chessboard. And what I didn't know is that Sam and some of the people from the office play. And I, without realizing, my dad had just started teaching me chess, started fucking with the board. And my dad realizes what I did just as Sam walks in. And my dad's got this look like I can't even describe it. I didn't know if he was gonna beat me, if he was gonna cry for me. Like I didn't know what it was. Sam came, put his shoulder on me. Now I know who Sam is at this point. I know he's a millionaire. I know, he sends us Hanukkah cards every year. Like he puts his arm around me, he sits me down on the chair, and he starts teaching me how to play chess.
Yeah. All right,
Not pissed at all.
bro.
Um,
Life too short
it
and already too nasty for all that shit. No need to
it
fucking
it
add
hit
to it, baby.
it hit different. You know what I mean? To
Yep.
see this millionaire who could buy and get anything, who could buy the houses of all these kids that are fucking picking on me, and to not like fuck with me, even though I fucked up. That like where I'm from, that doesn't happen. If you fuck up where I'm from, even if it's an accident, there's nothing you can do about it. You're a target at that point. It might not be violence, but it certainly is going to be something that keeps you on guard and anxious. So I
Yeah,
say all
guess
that to
what?
say
I
that
want to shorten this the fuck up and just say that fucking bullies suck.
yeah, no shit. Yeah. Yeah,
Fucking
yeah,
bullies
yeah.
suck, bro.
Yeah,
I'll leave that subject at that. Hey, listen,
appreciate that.
with that, with regard to that person, I see that person, I respect that person doing their job. Just give me a little distance, and that's
Sure.
fine. And ain't no one have to pretend that they're going fucking slow dancing with anyone. We'll just I'll do my thing over here. So that's it. But if you're asking about, I'm gonna be honest. That
And we
that
appreciate
that
that.
that left a fucking scar in my kid's head. My kid is 18 and fucking remembers that from whatever it was, 9 years ago. So,
I'll be honest, I'm not gonna
don't be
forget
the
that either.
person,
I'll
don't
never
be the
forget that
person who
story.
fucking leaves scars on fucking little kids, bro.
Yeah, I think that's a very
How
good
about how about
message.
fucking that?
That's a
So,
very good message. And listen,
yeah.
Mike, I appreciate it as always. This has been, I mean, every time you come on, it's like even more special than last time. So really appreciate it. Really appreciate the honesty. All the clip farming from all the clip gems, man. You knocked this one out of the park. Appreciate it as
Bro,
always.
send some of them clips out. We'll fucking stir the pot. I don't mind. I'll play that fucking game a little bit if that's what it fucking takes. Because I mean, you having someone like me who is not just fucking, I'm not regular. I'm not, paint by numbers.
Nope.
It's a little bit more risky. It can turn a little people off because it's not as easy. So I mean, I appreciate it. I do.
Yeah, yeah. And we appreciate it too.
Yeah, bro.
You want to give out your socials real quick before you bounce?
Sure, at Woodsy1069 on Twitter. I'm at Mike Woods Boxing on TikTok. Look at you. You're working hard. You're fucking sweating. That's a good thing.
Fucking lights, dude. They're hot.
Lights, baby.
Hell yeah. Appreciate it, Mike.
Hey, I had
I'll
fun.
hit
I
you up, man.
appreciate it
Bring you
very
back
much.
on.
And I'll share the shit out of this when it's up,
Appreciate it, brother.
post, etc.
Love you, big dog. Talk
All
to you
right,
soon.
thanks. You too.
That was Mike Woodsy Woods, one of the most prolific writers in boxing history, certainly of this era. And yeah, man, it takes a lot to be honest in this game. That's what people don't understand, right? I've been doing this for 10 years. Over 10 years, by the way. There's a reason why I'm where I am today. That's not a slight to anyone. I'm not saying, oh, I get held back because I tell the truth. Not at all. Not at all. There's plenty of writers out there that are huge that tell the truth more often, far more often, right? But part of the reason is because I don't really play the game very well. I don't know how to play the game, right? To me, I thought when I started covering boxing and MMA, like I was going to like cover the sport, the fights, who wins, who loses, who could be better. And then as you get deeper into the sport, you realize, oh shit, this is all just like one giant propaganda machine. Like this is just like Hollywood or politics or any other form of entertainment. And you realize that the only way to get that hot seat is to either be backed up by a huge organization like ESPN or Sports Illustrated or whatever, right? Or you post what they want. You say what they want. Uh you you know, you propagandize this shit. But that said, I do want to send a shout out to everybody, all the nominees. When we get the official, when we get the official ballot, we will post it and we will go over it. Listen, for my take, right? Sorry, for my take. Oh shit, let me see if my next guest is gonna be on time or not. Yeah, we're gonna talk about wrestling too and MMA. Yo, did you get my text? Are you gonna be able to come on? Oh, okay. Well, I'm live. I'm talking to the Hall of Fame ballots. I mean nominees. They came out today, or well, only some of them came out. But Golovkin's on there. Collins, Kelly Swanson, Jack Reese. So I wanted you to come on, talk about that if you can, and then yeah, you could bounce if you want. We're gonna watch the Brandon Glatton fight too. So, oh shit, that's already starting. Fuck. Did you bring your? Did you bring your Fire Stick to watch it on the Zone? No. Well, if you want to come watch it, if you want to come, it's on. It's on the thing. Why would you do that? I guess that's cool. I mean, that'd be great to be honest with you, but you don't have to. You could come watch it over here if you want. It's starting already though. Okay. Well, if you want to come through, I'm watching it. It's on. It's supposed to be on already, but let me see. I think it's supposed to be on already. All right. Well, yeah, come through, dude, because I really want somebody who grew up with watching Jack Reese and knows him and knows everything, like, it follows his career and shit. You know what I mean? I want somebody to come on that can really talk about it. I just had Woodsy on, man. He was fucking gold, bro. That dude is next level good. But yeah, just head over whenever you want. Just call me. I'll have my phone on. All right, later. All right, the Zone broadcast has started, so we will be watching the Brandon Glanton and Marcus Brown fight. This is, remember, the title. I mean, the title for the card is men that Jake Paul's too pussy to fight. Remember, that's the title of the card they used. No, I'm just playing. But it is the truth, though. It is the truth, right? Brandon Glanton is somebody who is American. He's lost, right? He's not like number 1 or even number 5 best in the division, but he fights at Jake Paul's weight class. Marcus Brown, he's also lost, and he's a former Olympian, but he's in Jake Paul's weight class. You know who's not in Jake Paul's weight class? I'll wait for some of the casuals that are there. Tank Davis is not in Jake Paul's weight class. Today we're going to watch 2 guys fight in Jake Paul's weight class. Americans. And when we watch them, we will ask ourselves, could Jake Paul beat these guys? The answer is going to probably be no. But we are going to go over some of the names here while we wait for the fight to start. Let's see, where are we? Okay, here we go. So this is, oh man, I forgot where I clipped this from. Shit, I feel so bad. I want to say it looks like Fight News 24, maybe one of the other ones. I can't really tell. My bad. Hold up. Okay, so these are remember the names of the nominees, and this class is led by Golovkin. It says appearing on the men's monitor. Oh, okay, yeah. So Gennady Golovkin, Vernon Forrest, and Steve Collins are included in the latest International Boxing Hall of Fame ballots as the international panel prepares to cast their votes for the induction into Canastota in 2026. Now, the faces that we see here had to have last fought in 2022 to be eligible for the men's modern category. So you have to have an inactive period of 3 years or greater. And remember, Golovkin last fought. When was it? I just had it up. Golovkin last fought in 2022, and it was against Saul Canelo Alvarez. That was September 17th. So, yeah, it was just over 3 years ago. And so let's see. Yeah, so Golovkin's definitely a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think is easy. What does he represent though? Right? Like that's kind of the question I think we have. Like, where are we here on the Golovkin list of where he ranks, right? And going back to like Woodsy and us playing the game, who is he better than? Yeah, there's a lot of middleweights you could say are better than him. Let me see. Let's go to BoxRec and let's first share the right thing. Okay, so here's BoxRec. Now we're going to go to ratings. We're going to go to middleweight. No, wait. The fuck? Dude, BoxRec is terrible, bro. Yo, this is crazy. This website is so cooked. You can't even just click like a second button, bro. This is fucking crazy. What is going on that it's doing all this? That was like nuts, bro. That was so nuts that it took all of that effort. Okay, so Ray Robinson is the number 1 rated middleweight all time on BoxRec. Harry Greb, who I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with. I've heard the name many times, but I'd be very doubtful I've ever seen him fight. I mean, I've probably seen clips and stuff, just not realizing that's what I was watching. Carlos Monzon. But again, like I think that people have to understand that when we ask the question, is Golovkin better middleweight? Like what was his reign more impressive than let's say Marvin Hagler at middleweight, right? It's not to take away from Marvin Hagler's legacy, right? We're not having the we're not having the pound for pound conversation. We're not having the who is better, you know, skill wise, eye test, all those things. There's no question. Marvin Hagler not only has the chops, but he has the resume. He did it against the guys that prove he was elite. But you have Golovkin right here at number 11 rated over Emil Griffith, over Dick Tiger, who again is not a guy that I'm super familiar with, but I've seen his name throughout the years when it comes to top middleweights. Jake LaMotta, who, you know, that's another guy who you could argue is, yes, of course, had a better career than Golovkin, who is much more important to the zeitgeist of boxing than Golovkin. But, you know, we look at Jake LaMotta, and what is most impressive about him is what he was able to do above 160. It's not to, again, take away his reign at 160, but it is to be very, very, very clear that what we're talking about has zero to do with any fights that happened above 160. You understand? It's a different conversation altogether. Dude, that is the last time I will ever utilize BoxRec on a live ever. Now, the name I want to talk about, god damn this thing. The name I want to talk about now is Vernon Forrest. Now, this name, Vernon Forrest, has been very, very not controversial, but it's sparked some debate, right? Whether Vernon Forrest is truly a first ballot Hall of Famer or not, or second ballot or third ballot, right? And the only conversation we didn't get to have with Woodsy that I really wanted to have is the difference between Hall of Fames and their parameters, like as it relates to like baseball and football or basketball. And I'm much more familiar with the baseball hall, or I've been much more familiar with the baseball Hall of Fame and its credentials because it's been so much more um controversial, right? Like, do we put Barry Bonds in? Do we put Roger Clemens in? You know, should A-Rod get in? You know, a lot of these names that came out and were totally guilty of using steroids. How do we treat them, right? So those stories have forced sports guys like myself to be very familiar with the Baseball Hall of Fame. When it comes to boxing, though, it's not that the IBFH has ever really like given us a reason not to trust their dealings. It's that Hall of Fames in general don't really give you much trust, because when you put guys like Rocky Balboa, right? Like Sylvester Stallone, or like some of these other names, and like you've seen the WWE do it. And like, even though I would hold, like, in terms of a hierarchy, right? Wrestling Hall of Fames are like right here. You know what I mean? Compared to everybody else. I wouldn't necessarily say that boxing is where, MLB or the NFL is when it comes to Hall of Fame. And why? Well, it's because I think fans of the sport, real fans that have paid attention for years, know that it's impossible to trust the sanctioning bodies that run these sports. And while the IBFH and WBC and IBO and IBF and WBO and all of these sanctioning bodies are completely different entities, not associated whatsoever, it's the overall understanding of boxing and how little they stick to their scripts. Okay. Um, I don't think you can hold these people accountable for that kind of stuff. I really don't. Um, it's Dan Aziz, bruh. What you talking about? Suleiman's fighting is Dan Aziz. They're not even fighting yet. Unless I'm behind. I ain't behind, champ. You're tripping. Bro, you even know who's fighting? Stop trolling and shit. Yeah. We're gonna watch the Marcus Brown Glanton fight live. Yeah, we're gonna do a watch along. I'm not showing the fight. Yo, Cruz champ in the building. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate the birthday wishes. Everybody, Cruz, appreciate you with the birthday wishes. Shout out to Cruz, everybody who got to tap into Doomy's show last week or has watched my live this week, got to see mine and Doomy's reaction to Mr. One Eric SOG Cruz, who was victorious in the UK on Friday. Shout out to him for the win. Shout out to his opponent for being tough as nails. What a great matchup, by the way, Cruz. Please give me the name of the matchmaker so I can properly shout them out. Just a great matchup. It was so crazy how well they matched y'all. You had the mover versus the puncher, the counter guy versus the come forward guy, and something has to give. And in this case, it was Cruz getting the victory. That's what gave. But appreciate the birthday wish. My birthday was yesterday, champ. Yeah, but Cruz is just saying, he said is a belated happy birthday wish from Cruz. But he wished me happy birthday yesterday. So I didn't go live yesterday. We had some unfortunate situation come up with the internet, and we didn't get to go live. I already was not going to go live, or not. I wasn't going to go live. I was going to go live shorter because Kenny Florian had to push back again, and that's okay. He's super busy, but Tuesday, 3:30 Eastern, he will be joining us on this show. And we have a lot we're going to talk about. While I did definitely want to talk to him about Pereira and coming up, the rematch, it's definitely going to be good to talk to him after the fight. And that way we can measure up. One of the questions I want to talk to him about is, like, what are some of the most important rematches in UFC's history, right? And being able to see this fight and compare it, especially on the verge of this huge Paramount deal and the landscape of pay-per-views changing. So we're going to talk to him about all that. It's going to be really great. But yeah, I enjoyed my birthday yesterday. Chill day, but it was terrific. Yeah, just took it pretty much easy. You know what I mean? We got a nice little birthday golf game planned for Sunday, so I'm excited about that. But As for Vernon Forrest, we're gonna pull up his box rec. We're not gonna show it on the screen because the hell. Oh. All right. Let's just try it. Fuck it. Okay, so Vernon Forrest last fought in 2008. He beat Sergio Mora. That was a rematch of their fight from just a couple months before. In this fight with Sergio Mora, Vernon Forrest was the A side coming in to win. He was upset in the fight. It was a majority to Sergio Mora, and they ran it back right away. Now Vernon Forrest got the win and then suffered an untimely death. But before that, he beat guys like Picarillo, who, I mean, did he win a championship? Sure. Was he ever anything more than like an EU guy? I don't think so. I really don't. And while I wasn't ever covering the sport at this point, I was still in high school or college. This wasn't a big victory on the thing, even though it was his first defense of the title. Now, he ended up beating Baldemir, right? And this is for the super welterweight junior middleweight title. But this was a vacant belt. This was after Floyd had already beaten Baldemir. Baldemir's not legacy, but his place in the sport was never bigger than it being built up to be Floyd's opponent. That's just the truth. I don't think Baldemir was anything ever that great. I mean, he was a good fighter. I'm not saying he wasn't a good fighter and he didn't deserve to be considered world class. It's just that he wasn't a world beater. This is a guy who strategically got a belt and then was in a position to just hand it right off. In wrestling, we call them placeholders. And that's essentially all Carlos Valdemir ever was. Now, the Ike Corte fight, this is a fight that absolutely could get you Hall of Fame nods, right? This is at a time where Ike Corte is, he's already lost and obviously he's not, the same fighter from Ghana that we had already, known. But again, this is a guy who was a solid name, in a solid position. Now he had lost to De La Hoya, he had lost to Vargas, came back. I don't really see any big names in these 3 wins before getting the Vernon Forrest fight. But I mean, I guess Verno Phillips isn't bad. Clint McNeil, that's a decent win. Clint McNeil's a decent win. So he gets these 3 fights, he wins 3 matches, and then fights Vernon Forrest and loses. Then he loses to Winky Wright. Both of them were unanimous decision, but that Ike Corte Vernon Forrest fight, it was the matchup that really made it a thing. Oh God, you can't even see this shit on BoxRec. Jesus, why does it look like this? Sorry guys, I didn't realize how fucking crazy it looked. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch just a little bit of this fight. Shout out to Boxing World Weekly. Boxing World, you can go and subscribe to them. They have 217 subscribers, so they really need it. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke because they don't. So this is the fight. Let's share here. Oh wait, I forgot I'm still on YouTube. Cruz, you still there? Fuck it, I'll just make it small. It's not a big deal. We'll just pause as we go. There we go. Okay. So this was one of those fights where it's not the legacy. God, that HBO Sports StubHub, Madison Square Garden signs, even the DeBella sign popping at it. Dude, this was like my boxing. This was my era boxing right here. Like, I'm sorry, but you could throw away the PBC blue and red stuff and Top Rank looking all polished on ESPN. Nah, man. I want my boxing in an arena and on a network where full blown out riots can just happen at any point, where fan men can fly into the ring unafraid of drone attacks or missiles taking them down. I want my era of boxing back where a fighter can continuously foul and low blow somebody to the point that they get mad that they're getting in trouble for how many low blows they've delivered, and they start a riot in the ring that spills out into the outside. Now, obviously, I'm kidding. Those were terrible moments in the sport of boxing, but I will say that they definitely added to the lore and legacy. Like when you watch football on a Sunday, you expect to see some sort, like you expect a vibe, right? When you watch it on Sunday night, you expect a vibe. Thursday night, Monday night. They're all different from Sunday 12 o'clock football. Why? Why does it feel different? Because they're presented different, right? You know at 12 o'clock, and so does the networks, that this is just one of many games that are on. And they're on the same network in different regions. And so you're fighting for audiences 5 minutes at a time or a drive at a time, right? But when it comes to Thursday night, Monday night, Sunday night, they are presenting a show. They're presenting you with a with a show, like an episode, right? And in this episode, like if it was Law and Order, or if it was fucking Rugrats, or if it was fucking Doug, whatever it is, you expect a certain type of vibe for that certain type of show. Bro, this boxing vibe is gone. It's gone and dead and buried. Like this was the last era. I don't mean men like, oh, like men like, oh, we have penises. Like I mean like fucking like hanging out, just like dudes, like, you know what I mean? Like before everything got all commercialized and like, you know, girls talk football on ESPN. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have a problem with that. But it is like just different. It was just more gritty and raw, I think. But anyway, this is a fight here that you have to understand counts so much for Vernon Forrest because of the style matchup. Sure, Corte had been beaten by this point. Some people thought he didn't, that he actually beat De La Hoya. But ultimately, what you have is a situation where this is a very difficult style matchup for Vernon Forrest. Okay. And Corte is just positioned so well in this moment for the fight because there's nothing to lose at this point. You're Corte, you have nothing to lose. So you get to go into this fight kind of letting it all out, you know, not worrying about looking good enough to, even in a loss, get another HBO fight. No, you're getting to go out all balls in the wall. And if you're Vernon Forrest, you know, they're trying to build you on a run. You know how important this fight is. So to say that it was a different fight for each of them coming in based on the context of pressure is a fair thing to say. Oh, I forgot about this moment with the slip. I remember a lot of people thought it was a knockdown watching it live. Yo, look at the young Al Heyman over here. What the fuck, bro? That's crazy. Yo, look, watch. I'm going to show y'all. I'll make it bigger. Watch. Oh, I could just maximize, right? Yeah. Look, y'all see it right there? Hey, you got the purple tie. Wearing some ugly 90s suit. Shout out to Al. Bruh. This is a different era of boxing. Don't even pretend like you know, like you remember anything where Al Heyman's just sitting front row like it ain't nothing. Who's that? I can't tell who that guy is. He looks like the guy that used to do Tybo commercials. I can't. Oh, that's Lou DiBella sitting in between them. No, I'm not. I'm saying the guy next to Lou DiBella. Beautiful round, beautiful work. And you know, obviously we got to pause and stop and talk and things like that, or else YouTube's going to be bitches. But what you have here is, again, a moment where Vernon Forrest solidified himself. However, while it is an impressive victory, it's a victory that you have to stack amongst his other wins. So while I do agree that Vernon Forrest is a very underrated fighter, so is Corte, by the way. I don't know that he's this first ballot Hall of Famer that guys like Dan Rafael have said for years. I just don't know if that's the case. Because if we're saying like contextually compared to everybody else who's ever been let into the Boxing Hall of Fame, sure, Vernon Forrest matches up, and Vernon Forrest has a lot more reasons to be in there than guys like fucking Sylvester Stallone, right? But the problem is that we can't just like change the goal line because we know how much everybody else changes it, right? Like my opinion doesn't matter. Not really. I don't get a vote. So what I say here today doesn't reflect any sort of actual, like nobody that has a vote is going to be listening to Infighting FX and being like, you know what? This guy's a fucking point a race. Like that's not going to happen, right? But it's about being clear on what we're saying, right? It's about being clear on what this class represents. And if you were on earlier with our talk with Woodsy, which I urge you to go back because, wow, what a conversation. And he laid out so much of this Hall of Fame class and what it's worth and what it's for. Now, I said at the beginning that it felt a little weird that at this moment where Canelo loses, right? And the ring, Turkey, everybody seems to be so urgent to make Canelo look like bigger, like his legacy bigger after losing. And it's not for Crawford, right? It's not to like say, oh, look, Crawford beat this amazingly talented guy. It's to say, don't worry about that Crawford loss. That's not the legacy of Canelo. No, he's got a different legacy. He's coming back in 2020. Oh, he's hurt. He's not coming back February. Oh, okay. Well, he is going to come back though at some point in 2026. He might not fight at all in 2020. Oh, okay. Well, he's fucking good though. You know who he fought? Golovkin. You know what? That guy's a Hall of Famer. Yep, let's put it out there. He's a Hall of Famer. And is he a Hall of Famer? Yes. Is he the first ballot Hall of Famer? Yes. Does he lead this class? Absolutely. Is it purely coincidental? Perhaps. Is it possibly maybe taking advantage timely of news stories kind of coinciding? It could be that too. All I know is that it's a funny class. It's a funny class, right? Because like when De La Hoya gets in, or Mayweather gets in, or Pacquiao gets in, you know these are the guys that get in, right? But then you get the Shane Mosleys or the Cottos of the world, guys that meant a lot to the current generation of fight fans watching, but may not have the kind of legacy that they'll be like cheered or celebrated 50 years from now, right? It is this thing where you trap these people in the moment that they pass, I think, and then it kind of elevates their legacy. Like I'm a Lakers fan. I always thought Kobe was the greatest, one of the greatest of all time. I never thought the conversation was Jordan and LeBron, in terms of most impactful players on a team. I always thought Kobe had every right to be argued in that. Now you want to argue pure skill, like who do you want on the team? Jordan, LeBron, who do you want to have the ball? Like all of that. That's a conversation you could have too. But Kobe fits in a lot of those conversations. Who do you want to have the ball at the end of the game? I understand the argument for Jordan. He's done it a lot. I understand the argument for LeBron because he could do it in a lot of ways. He could hit the three. He could hit the pull-up jumper. He could charge to the lane. He could charge through the lane. He could even get you a reverse dunk. That's how good he is. But time and time again, we saw Kobe with the ball and we saw success. Yes, there was an era where he had very few people helping him, where it was a lot harder for him to be the guy that put it all on his back. But everybody always like argued with that with me. Like nobody ever accepted that argument. And then when he passed, there was this change in the narrative that I saw. And all of a sudden people were saying that Kobe was a GOAT and he was the GOAT and he was better than Jordan at this, or he outperformed LeBron like that, or whatever. And all of that was based, I think, on people's feelings for him passing. And while that's not wrong, all I'm saying is I kept the same all the time. I thought Kobe was the GOAT before he passed. And so when I look at Vernon Forrest, I say, yes, Vernon Forrest was an underrated fighter. but was he anything more than that? If he's an underrated fighter, then the importance is solidifying where he's at. So if people think that he's a C-level fighter, well, then I know he's underrated, right? And so he has to be at least a C plus or B minus or whatever, even a B. But if you have him at this place, like based on him passing and how good you thought he was, and you give him an unfair placement at the start, like he's a B minus or a B in your mind before he passed, well, then now he's a B plus A minus fighter in your eyes because that legacy is lifted because he's basically frozen in time. You know, as a fighter, we'll never know what he sounds like or looks like as an older fighter, right? And because of that, his legacy is trapped in there. Like if we could trap Mike Tyson before the fall, there might be people saying he's the greatest fighter of all time. Like if he like untimely or like tragically didn't live to the Buster Douglas fight, I could see a narrative of people saying he's one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time. But he lived long enough to fill out his entire career in boxing. And we know that he's not even the greatest heavyweight of all time. We know that there's a good chance that he's one of the most propagandized fighters of all time in terms of where he ranks on the pound for pound list, right? Mike Tyson was a force. He was a phenom. He was a cultural movement, but he wasn't the most talented fighter in the world. He wasn't a guy that could just beat you. Like Lennox Lewis, he was very, very, undermatched. Even Holyfield, he was very undermatched. There were flaws in Tyson that had he not stuck around boxing long enough, we might not have seen them as clearly as we see them today. And that's kind of the only point I'm making with Vernon Forrest. Wait, oh shit. There we go. I want to play the volume. I hope I don't get fucked. All right. So you see Ike Corte, he's so good. Like even as the shorter guy, he knows distance very well. Like you'll never see him like when he gets in the range and he needs those hands up. Look, boop. He's always there, man. He's always there. He's so sound, right? A lot of people talked about his ability to get in quick and his natural athleticism. And while those definitely were attributes that made him special, it was his ring IQ, right? He knew where he was in relations to his opponent, the ropes, the corner. He's just always a step ahead of everyone else watching him, and a lot of times including his opponent. Yo, I would kill to have audio on Al and Lou's conversation right now. Like, what on earth would it even be about? I have zero doubt that it has anything to do with boxing. God, look how good Vernon Forrest was just utilizing the jab just like to measure, right? And like that shot right there was great. I mean, he lined it up. That was perfect distance. Ike Corte got around under it, or he got under it. Yeah. And look at Ike. He's just like not even phased right now, bro. He's like, Vernon, you have not hit me with nothing that's going to stop me from getting inside of you. Jesus Christ. Please don't clip that. Oof. Ike almost hit him with that right, bro. Look, see, it's that little like, oh, and you see how Ike swings that right hand? Look at the way he throws it. It's like a lever. I mean, not a lever, like what's the word? Look, it's very short. Wait, did I miss it? No, right here. Look, it's very short. And it's like clubbing. You see? It's like clubbing almost. And he's gotten knockdowns like that too. You see how he swung that hand, bro? Oh my God. Beautiful. Look at this double left. Yo, this is just beautiful to watch. That swinging shot. Look at this. Oh, it's left. Oh my God. Got the hands up. All right. Got the hands up on Vernon and then delivered that beautifully placed body shot. Oh my God. Right under the elbow. The precision that it takes to land that punch, because anyone else in the gym is getting like 50% more target on their shot. I mean, you had to be under his elbow, but above his waistband. I'm sorry. If you don't understand why that's impressive, you got to watch more boxing. And look at this. They're just exchanging here with some of the most highest level combination of power and speed in the game right now. Oh yeah, let's see these replays here. Look at that. Glove up, and he's delivering. Oh, and he changed the angle. Look at how he changes the angle. He's throwing a hook. Do you understand what's going on right here? Look at this right now. Ike is throwing a hook. He catches Vernon's left, and he's throwing a hook. I am confident every single person watching right now understands what I'm saying right now. I know y'all all understand boxing well enough to understand this. But now I want you to see how good this kid is. Or Ike, sorry, I didn't mean to call him a kid. Catches it. He's throwing the hook. Midway, he straightens it out into a hybrid bolo punch. Bro, the IQ combined with the fast or slow twitch muscles and the hand-eye coordination needed to pull that off and deliver a center landing punch. That's a center flush punch. That's not a hook that he got on his ear or that he got, behind the chin or the neck. He turned that punch at the very last minute. You got to see it again, okay? So you're going to see him catch Vernon's left to deliver a left of his own. And as the hook is coming through, he straightens it out with like a third of the way to go. So there's the hook. It's almost like it's going to be loopy like he threw the other ones, but then go straight into him, shifting the back shoulder muscles and the lat muscles. And go and look real quick one more time. I swear to God, this is the last time we're going to look. Look at how his lat muscles on Ike, look how they firm up. Look how they firm up. So he's throwing it from the babe. What's the shoulder muscle called again? Deltoids. So look at his deltoid. His deltoid is fired up. Look how thick and round it looks. Okay? It is completely and utterly flexed because he is throwing from here. So if you extend your arm out right now like this, okay, feel the muscle right here. Feel it. You feel how it moves when you move the arm? That's it. Then straighten it out like this, and you feel the lat activated, the back muscles. That's what's happening right here. Boom. And then you see the flex in the lat right there. Oh my God. Look at all these back muscles just activated. Wow. Wow. What high level shit right here. What high level shit. Oh my gosh. Oh, I gotta turn the volume off. Yo, we're gonna have to jump off YouTube, guys. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Oh shit, Randy Blanton fight. Yo, this Emmanuel, is it ODs? Yo, he's huge. This kid is huge. This kid, not that guy. That guy's old. I'll just take a picture and show y'all. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. We'll stay on YouTube until the Glanton Brown fight comes on, and then we're gonna have to jump off, guys, because I'll probably end up showing highlights, and I know I will, and then YouTube's gonna get real pissed off, and they're gonna flag me, and then I'm gonna have to start all over again. Remember how fun that was in May? All right, so, huh? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were on me. He wanted to come in or what? Hey, oh, never mind. The water's off? What happened? Uh, can you give me my my water? Or never mind, I'll get it. Yo, this fight isn't gonna happen for a while. I thought that the main card started at 4, but the whole card started at 4. Yo, they're in Nigeria, dog. That's crazy. In Lagos. Let's see. So this kid, Emmanuel Odiasi, I think is how you say it. He is a heavyweight, 6'8" from Germany. He is fighting out of Wolverhampton, West Midlands in the UK. Orthodox fighter. Doesn't got a reach on him, but 87% KO. Oh, he got 7 KOs with 8. He's got 7 KOs with 8 or 8, yeah, 7 KOs with 8 wins. My bad. Where's my fucking phone? Oh. All right. So, let's go back to the Vernon Force. Oh, yeah. Okay. So YouTube will do that. After this, we'll go into, I guess, wrestling a little bit. No, you know what? We'll go into MMA stuff. We'll hold off on wrestling until the end, I guess. After the Glenn fight. Yeah. Okay. So then we'll watch this. Then we're going to jump off of YouTube and then we'll go into the MMA stuff and then we'll get into the Glenn fight. Okay. So that is the new schedule. So if you're on YouTube, please do me a favor and jump off and go to X, IG, TikTok, Facebook, or Twitch right now and jump on those. Yo, I could take a punch, bro. That was a straight right. Wait, what? What's going on here? Oh, he tried to throw that elbow. Nah, that was dirty. Stop it. Nice stiff jab. Yo, it's so crazy. Vernon, as the bigger fighter, is being the more evasive guy. That is a testament to Cortez not finishing ability, his relentlessness. He's got the right hand up, perfectly thrown uppercut. Oof! I wonder if that elbow poked his bicep or not. That'll happen. It like turns off the power in it sometimes. Bro, how is there no commentating? I just realized that. So, wait, let me. Yo, if you don't, if y'all are on right now, please hit the like, please hit the subscribe, please hit the follow. Infighting FX on TikTok, IG, Twitch, Facebook, and X, YouTube as well. Nah, I didn't see that, champ. Let me see. I'll look. I saw that Moises is not gonna fight. What's his name? But I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Okay, so real quick, just so y'all are aware. Oh shit. Yo, this is who this kid's fighting right now. Just so y'all know. This is the guy. Idris Afini. This is scheduled for 8 rounds. Okay. Yo, this guy is 40 years old to let me see. He's 40 compared to Okay, so Idris on the right, the older man, is 40 years old compared to Emmanuel Odiasi, Odias, Odiazi, I don't know, is 26 years old. He's 6'8" as well. Yo, he's throwing so slow. All right, I'll show y'all a little bit of the highlights from the fight, just so you can see how crazy this looks to me right now. Okay, let's get back to the Vernon Forest. Oh, this kid already got knocked down. Did you see the Yankee game? Yeah. I saw it. Man, dude, I'll be honest. Like, I don't know how much people watch baseball, right? Every time the postseason comes around, especially when it's like a big matchup like Yankees Red Sox, everybody acts like they've been watching baseball. All I know is that the Yankees went in there with bullpen problems and they came out with bullpen problems. And don't get me wrong, the bullpen wasn't even bad. I mean, they only gave up like 2 runs before the ninth or 3, whatever it was. But they didn't do nearly as bad as you'd expect them to, but they just didn't hit the ball. I mean, you can't have uh, standing up there striking out like that with no outs, bases loaded. Bro, come on. You only got 1 run with no outs and bases loaded, and you had the top of your lineup. I don't mean the top of your lineup. I mean the top hitters with runners on in your lineup. I'm sorry. That to me, the Yankees deserve to lose this series for not at least tying up that game. I'm sorry. They should lose it. There's no way you can be the World Series champs and not score more than 1 run at that stage in the game. Bro, I'm sorry. You paid Aaron Judge more than to get what did he get? Like a single, or I think it was like a double, but really it's like one of those doubles where it's the base runners on made it so that it was never going to even be a play at second. Like if nobody was on, where does Judge end up in that last at bat? But Stanton can't strike out like that, dude. There's no way. So it just seems like Corte is so tapped in. He's so locked in right now that it's like he's like a half a step ahead of Forrest, and like he can see what he's gonna do just before he does it. But that was a beautiful jab into uppercut combo. Oof. You see that? It's that like, I don't know. It's just like he kind of like pop at the very end or some shit. It's crazy. He doesn't follow through, but at that range, I think he's getting more snap on his punch being that close. Like you're not going to deliver a fully straight punch from that close in, but if you curtail it at the end to kind of get that like, because like when you turn the hook over, right, it's that motion that comes down, like where you turn the fist over. But when you leave it like this and you just hit him with knuckles, like that don't do shit. So for him to like turn it over at the end, I don't know, it might be actually better. But I mean, you can't teach people to do that. You know what I mean? Like you have to have the kind of athleticism and hand-eye coordination that Corte had. Ooh, that was to the back of the head. The kind of hand-eye coordination that allows you to do that. All right, so this is in the 5th. Remember, this was only a 10-round fight. Yo, I'm telling y'all, like back then, this was like such a, oh man, it just felt so wrong for a fight like this to be 10 rounds. Like I remember even thinking back then as a kid, thinking, because I'm young watching this fight. I'm like 10 years old. And I remember thinking, yo, why is this only 10 rounds? And I remember thinking, why was like this fight or whatever that happened like a few weeks ago, a championship fight? It was like the early seeds to start seeing that boxing really isn't shit when it comes to elevating the best or the most. Is that better? No, that's worse, right? Oh, it's not bad. We could do it like that. Nope, never mind. There we go. All right, I guess no replay. Oops. All right, timeout. Or you know what? We'll keep going while they do it. So let us show you Oh man, I missed it. Oh. I think I missed it. Fuck. Okay, so I missed the first knockdown because it happened so fast, dude. This is crazy. All right. I cannot believe I missed it. Bro, I'm sitting right here and I missed it. It was like 2 seconds. I know. All right. Okay, so you're gonna see the guys already down. All right. Can y'all see it? That's not very good. Let's see. Let's do it like this. No. No. Oopsie. Okay, let's do it like this. Let me see. There we go. That's better, right? Yeah, that's better. Okay, so or is that too small? Okay. That looks small too, though. All right, we'll do it like that. Okay, so check this out. So this dude again, 6'8", and let me see, how tall was Idris? Hey, it's suspect as fuck when BoxRec don't got shit like that. All of a sudden, you want to know they got everything on every fighter when it comes to their basic measurements, but they don't want to show you when they're like a foot shorter than the guy they're fighting. Idris, Feeney, boxer height. Yo, it don't got his height nowhere. Oh, it says he's 6'1". Okay, so he has 7 inches. Now, this is where the fight started. He started laying down. No, I'm just playing. All right, so here's that. And he's going to get up. Fuck it. We'll watch it like that for now. Okay, so he gets up. Yo, this kid throws so slow, but he's huge. And that's it. It's over. This guy won. Don't be happy with that. It's not like some great win you had. Look at this poor guy, this 40-year-old man who should be like teaching his kids how to be fathers is just getting his fucking block knocked off because some promoter needed a scalp for his big ass heavyweight. Well, good for that kid, whatever. So anyway, that is one fight down. We got a few more to go before we get to. Why does it do this? I don't know what I did. All right, fuck it. All right, so back to the Vernon Forrest fight. There we go. Now we're back. Okay, so what were we looking at? Was it like this? Yeah, like that. All right, so 6th round, minute 20 left. Vernon is this is where we're gonna start like really putting it together. You're gonna see combinations land. You're gonna see one shots. He slips out and moves. I think by this point he's understood that he wasn't ever going to beat Icorte the way he had hoped to beat him. And while this is clearly part of the Vernon Forrest blueprint, He's going to get aggressive with his approach, not necessarily with his hands. But this is going to work. Watch. Nice outside, very, very wide. Very, very long right hand. Close the distance really well. And Vernon Forrest is like one of those fighters that had the metrics to do that. You could see him at a distance that he was always just out of range. And then you let your guard down, and all of a sudden he's able to get another 6 inches in his front step. And boom, all of a sudden now you're getting caught at the end of his jab or at the end of a straight when it was missing by like 4 or 5 inches previously. Beautiful body shot. That was the one aspect of this fight that I thought Vernon Forrest could have succeeded more in, was going to the body early. Both guys showed absolutely incredible attacks to the body, but yet neither guy was willing to dig deep to muscle out that kind of victory, which, easier said than done. So now we're in round 7, and this is, I think, where Vernon Forrest starts to kind of turn it up a little. Wow, y'all know that the co-main event for this fight was Kasim the Dream Uma versus Skew Powell. How good of a fight that was. Both of those guys are, Kasim Uma, people know how good he was, but Skew Powell was definitely a guy who could put a good fight. So I'm trying to find the judges scorecard. Let me see. All right. Sorry, I was trying to find a round by round breakdown, but I can't find the scorecard for it. Not even the place where I normally go on Reddit has it. So the scorecards were 95, 94, 95, 94, and 96, 94 for Forrest. And the boos were loud. Everybody in the building thought that Ike Corte had done enough to win. Harold Letterman, I think, had scored it for Ike Cortez as well. I remember, but let me see if I can find that. What date was this fight? Nope. Okay, so yep, I was right. Dude, Judge Harold Letterman scored it 97-92 for Corte. Now, the reason why that was such a big thing is because, this is me at an age where I realized that Vernon Forrest was the A side of this fight and the guy that, the program wanted to win. But this was HBO being honest about what they saw. And Harold Letterman, a lot of younger fans that maybe caught the tail end of HBO, they remember a comically loud, older guy like the 12th and final round, Jim, but that guy was so much more for boxing, man. He was so much more. Beautiful combination. Oh, look at that, dude. Corte, and he's smiling. He knows it, dude. He knows he's got this kid. And here's the thing, Vernon Forrest doesn't look bad at all. He looks good. And again, this is why this fight counts towards his legacy, despite the fact that a lot of people thought he lost, because this is the perfect style. This is the antithesis of his abilities. And he is facing the crux of his abilities in the ring, or the lack thereof. And Corte is exploiting the best version of, or not the best version, but the best of Vernon Forrest, the best he has to offer. I mean, the left hand is landed countless times throughout this fight. Vernon Forrest is a lot like Juan Manuel Marquez in the sense that he never got the refs on his side in fights. Not really, right? Nobody ever really appreciated or loved his style in the way that fighters like Pacquiao were loved. Beautiful combination for Forrest right there. Oof. That was nasty work. That looked like I got hurt on that one. All right. This is the 9th. 2 minutes and 45 left. Let me check on the other one real quick. Bro, them Nigerians know how to party. All right, my bad, guys. Let's see what we got. Yo, this dude's doing a full concert for the zone. Yo, they ain't getting to the main event for like hours. All right, we are in the 9th round, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. And Icorte has really done a great job of solidifying his place in this fight. Vernon Forrest has held on. Vernon Forrest has looked good enough to create several potential swing rounds. However, the fight script has absolutely been controlled by Corte. You'll see brief spurts of Vernon Forrest just looking incredible, but Icorte does not falter. He does not get frustrated or overwhelmed. He just fights his fight. Beautiful shot. Beautiful combo. And he used the momentum off of that shot to load up the right. And that is just about as high level as it gets. You got to see that shift off the back foot. That's what you got to, if you're Vernon Forrest, that's what you want to do. Oof. Was that low? That was pretty low, right? Oh my God. Don't they take a point? They take a point, don't they? Yep. Oh my God. I totally forgot they took this point. And he still won. See, and this is bullshit right here. Because the rule was you have, I think it was 4 minutes. It might have been 5 at that point. But you had about 5 minutes, right? Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever mentioned that. When we were watching boxing back then, you never heard the commentator say that. We didn't even know that that was a rule. And the fact that the refs were urged to not allow for a lull in action is big time bullshit. Big time bullshit. All right, let's see.
You want to go?
Ow, fuck.
Hey, I didn't accident. 4th one I gave you, Vernon. Time in. Let's go. Don't retaliate now. Touch gloves. Sorry. You got duct tape? Duct tape.
I'm gonna put the I'm gonna maximize the screen just for a little bit, so I ain't gotta show nothing on camera. All right, so oh wait, do I still got the volume on? Oh shit, my bad. All right, there we go. I'm gonna rewind just a little bit of that because I did not get to see any of that round. All right, minute 15. Yeah, and the crazy thing, the crazy thing is Vernon kept him at the distance he wanted to keep him at throughout the fight. Like it wasn't even like he struggled to to have Ike fight his fight. I mean, yes, he didn't really fight his fight per se, but he certainly didn't get to fight his fight. I mean, Ike wanted it there. That's where he wanted it. He wanted the fight right here. And you see that beautiful short left, leans back. I mean, this is his fight, right? Vernon's the one that's got to be on the toes. Vernon's the one that's got to be moving. Vernon's the one that's got to have specific positions in the ring to successfully utilize his best moments. Corte simply needs to be next to his opponent. That is, I mean, that's the entire story of this fight. One guy only needed to be in the vicinity of his opponent, and the other needed not only to be in a specific vicinity of his opponent, but also in a specific place in the ring to capitalize off of his style. Yeah. Yo, Ike has got the best fucking poker face, bro. You see him fighting all fight. He do not look tired at all. You give that man in the ring, I mean in the corner, and you see he huffing and puffing, bro. I mean, and that's not hate. Like, who wouldn't be? But the poker face to make your opponent believe that you ain't tired at all, bro. That's crazy. The hell, last round, it's like 2:30 left. I wonder what would have happened with those other 2 rounds. I think that as we've watched this, and even though we didn't really get to watch like the full fight, we got to watch enough to say that another 2 rounds favors Corte, I think. But you got to wonder how much more Corte could have fought at this kind of pace, because I mean, this is the 10th round and he's, definitely not trying to go out there and take it. He seems to be fighting like a guy that expects 2 more rounds to a degree. Yeah, see, I'm sorry. Both of these guys are just dead tired. I mean, look, Vernon Forrest kind of just going through the motions here, too. I mean, he's almost fighting like a guy that expects to be up, while Ike Corte seems to be fighting like a guy who also expects to be up based on the fight script. 45 seconds left on the clock. Both guys, looking for the other guy to give them an opening, not trying to create an opening in what you'd expect to be a closely scored fight. Oh yeah, they're dead tired. I mean, this was a huge fight. I mean, listen, they fought 10 rounds, but they put in enough action for 15. And this is what I remember best as a kid, something that does not happen anymore. You're going to notice they're going to get to the 10 seconds. You're going to hear the, and watch what happens to the action. They hear it, and now a mode goes in and they are fighting now for those last 10 seconds, not just to steal, but because that's what they're made of. Look at Vernon. He's scared as shit. Look at Vernon. He's scared as shit. Ike thinks he won. Look at boy. Look at Ike. Oh my God. Poor Ike, bro. Poor Ike. Poor Ike. He's so upset. And then he does the backflip. Vernon, come on, brother. You know, it's oh man, I hope people don't take this as disrespect. It was really, really a good show. Shout out to them. Shout out to all the shit that they have put out over the years and their coverage of the sport. So the Nigerian card is currently showing a bunch of the undercard from earlier, like the prelims, I guess. Let me see who they have still left up. We're still waiting on. All right. Main event starting. Hey, what's up, champ? Appreciate you tapping in. Let me see. Mario, you said in the past that you had been stabbed versus yeah. Yeah, the scar I showed is a colostomy scar. I mean, I don't mind showing it now, but it's kind of out of context, so it feels weird. That's not the scar I've shown in the past. The scar I've shown in the past, I mean, fuck it. Looks like this. See it? So the difference between that wound and the others is you can see how the skin healed like under itself, because whenever you are punctured, the force that drives through the skin creates a pocket secretion that you can't heal it, or you can't get it back to normal. Now if you're like sliced like that with a knife, sure, but that's not what happened to me. I was stabbed with the end of like a tool, not a crowbar, but similar to one. But anyway, yeah, those are two separate scars, and those are two separate things completely. So anyway, before, as we get into this fight, hey babe, you're back. Wow, she's in a mood. She's mad because I bought 12 packs of candy sticks from the Dollar Tree, and I was gonna get 20, and so honestly I don't see why 12 is even that big a deal, because I didn't get as many as that. Her thing is that I'm gonna eat them all before Halloween. I mean, isn't that what you do with candy? Like, what am I gonna wait to give them to kids? They're fucking candy sticks. Like, when I was a kid, just so y'all understand, they marketed those candies as cigarette candies. Literally, they put them in these little mini packages that looked like packets of cigarettes. And you took them out and they were white, and they kind of had like a peppermint kind of taste, like a sugary peppermint kind of. They were cool, but they were sweet. I don't mean cool like you look cool. I mean like minty cool. The ones they make today are 10 times better. Basically, what they used to make were menthol versions of candy sticks. And now today they have actual like candy sticks. And for some reason, my wife does not like them at all, or does not like me to have them. They make them in Batman and like Superman, like DC character comic books, and then they make them in Flintstones, and then they make them in Scooby-Doo. And, I thought collecting the assortment of packages would have been smart. Apparently, they're all the same candy, Mario, and you can't deal with people who are, refuse to see your side of things. Love you. Uh 2003. 2003. Yeah. It's not that I don't like talking about it. It's more this is not the show for it. Like, it'd be different if like somebody came on live and wanted to start asking me questions. Yeah, ask away. But it's another thing to just engage with one person in the chat, because like a lot of people might not even be familiar with the story, or have watched me in the past, or familiar with the live stream that you're even referring. So yeah. But hey, champ, jump on anytime you want. Ask me anything you want. I am a open book for the most part. All right, guys. Brandon Glanton is making his way to the ring. They call him Bulletproof. Okay, so Brandon Glanton, 20-3 with 17 knockouts, no draws. He's making his way to the ring. He is 33 years old. He goes by the nickname Bulletproof. He has a 79-inch reach with and he's 6 foot. From Atlanta, Georgia, fighting out of Noonan. 85% KOs, and he is ranked the number 1 cruiserweight in America. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to listen to me repeat that one last time, he is the number 1 ranked cruiserweight in America. If you ask yourself all the checklists that Jake Paul would need to fight someone, this kid checks them all. He's American. He is young enough to connect with the audience, old enough to be considered serious in the game to respect the hardcore boxing fans' thoughts on the opponent. He checks every single box. You know, the box he doesn't check is the box that Jake Paul and MVP don't want you to know exists, and that's the clout box. You see, the clout box is the number 1 box on atop everything else, right? So seriousness of opponent, weight class, perception of where you are in the division based off of a win or loss, all those other boxes, they come second to Jake Paul. They come second to MVP. They come third and fourth and fifth and 10th and 20th. But the number 1 thing is clout. Ben Askren had it. That's why that fight started happening. That's why they went through with that stuff, right? Woodley had it twice. You know, before Jake started this, Nate Robinson had it. Anderson Silva had it. Chavez had it. But they all checked another side of boxes. And that is, do you have clout? Okay, now let's move to this side and ask ourselves, how old are you? Are you old enough for me to fight? Are you far enough from your prime for me to fight? Are you a shitty enough boxer in general in context of other pros and world beaters? So all that gets checked off the list, right? Now with Tank is a world beater. He is a pound for pound best. He is a real fighter. He is probably the best fighter pound for pound that Jake's ever fought. No, he is the best fighter that Jake's ever fought, from a talent position, from a resume position, from an overall just skill set position. Tank represents the best fighter that Jake will have ever shared a ring with. However, he does not represent a real threat. Not in that kind of way, right? Because while he could lose to the more talented fighter, he's certainly not going to get slept. He's not going to get out there and get bullied or manhandled or maimed, right? No, of course not. Not to a career lightweight featherweight guy, right? Who, inched his way up to welterweight to take advantage of a fight. No, we're talking about a career 135 guy. That's what we're talking about. And that's who Jake Paul is getting ready to fight. However, as I tell you this, a man named Brandon Glanton is currently in the ring staring across a former Olympian named Marcus Brown. Yo, Amir Khan in the building. Shout out, champ. Shout out Amir Khan. He's there. So when you look at all the actual things that you check boxes to advance in the world of boxing, Brandon Glanton and Marcus Brown both check those boxes for Jake Paul. The fact that these two guys are fighting each other and not Jake today or the date in November, and he's instead fighting Tank, is everything you need to know about what he actually represents in boxing. Now, I know I'm not telling this to my audience and they're surprised. This is for me to clip and to let everybody out there know who is a casual fan of the sport, that if you are supporting Jake Paul, you need to understand that you are supporting somebody who is not what he says he is. He is giving you false advertisement. Now, if Jake wanted to go out there and say, I'm the best celebrity boxer in the world, I'm the best A-side fighter that's ever existed, those things he could say, right? Because I've never seen Floyd Mayweather A-side himself into a fight with a flyweight. Why would he, right? It doesn't prove you're the best of anything. All I know is that these two guys are fighting each other because they have to, because they're real fighters, and real fighters have to take real fights. Jake Paul is not a real fighter because he's not taking a real fight. That is the truth. And it is based on enough facts that it's probably not as debatable as fans of Jake's would hope. Yo, I don't love this Nigerian broadcast. They like make me feel like they're taking breaks every 5 minutes. This shot is so far away and they're getting ready. They just rang the bell like we're like 50-yard camera. They're going to do the zoom in. They did a zoom in from like 100 yards away and then they just cut midway. That was terrible. I don't know who's in the truck. Bro, Nigerian fans did not show up for this, bro. This looks like an empty ass like place where people have like rodeos. Ooh, nice. Glanton just landed a nice right hand. A reminder, if you're on YouTube, you got to get off. Get to Twitch, get to X, get to IG, get to TikTok, get to Facebook. But get off of YouTube because we are jumping off soon so we can show some of the highlights of the fight. Oh, what the fuck? All right. Sorry, guys. I got a little distracted there. Trying to promote the show. All right. So, got a good little body shot from Marcus Brown. Glanton is using his size. He just shook him with the shoulder. But that body shot that Marcus Brown delivered, Glanton did not like it at all. At all, dude. All right. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the round. They are. What the hell? Yo, my shit jumped all the way. Was I that far behind? Oh, what? It took me back to round 2. That's weird. I don't want to miss this shit, so. Ooh, yeah, those were nice body shots. Oh, man. Bruh, Brandon landed a good right hand body shot before Brown teed off, and you could see the squeamishness in Brandon Glanton's face getting hit with that shit. Yo, that looked nasty. It looked like he really felt that. Look. Look at that. Brandon just retreating in pain, bro. Retreating. That was a nasty body shot. Nasty, nasty, nasty body shot, bro. All right. They're getting in close, but they're not really landing clean though. All right, you got Brandon. Every time Brandon gets inside, he's trying to throw this like it's like he's trying to shank him in jail. Marcus Brown, you know, he's you know, he knows how to fight. He really knows how to fight. Babe. Babe. Ash. Ash. All right, go ahead. All right, let's see. Sorry, guys, I had to take care of the baby. All right, let's see. All right, minute 25 left in whatever round this is. God damn, same thing every single time. Oof, big uppercut from Marcus Brown. Yeah, I'll be honest. As much shit as I talked, right now, Brandon is not doing a great job of showing why he should be the one that gets the fight with Jake. But Marcus Brown is showing why he would just he would fuck him up bad. Oh, and Brandon just collapse in frustration or exhaustion. I can't even tell. Brown looks good. He looks very composed. He keeps locking the arm and doing this, and it's like, I get it. This kid is like really trying to maul you. Brandon looks exhausted already, bro. Real talk, he looks exhausted. It's like the third, fourth round. Ooh, a nice open left-handed body shot to fucking Glanton's open right side. Now they're tied up at this position, right? So Brown's not really landing like a shit ton of fight or whatever, but fuck. Ooh, man, the body work that Brown's doing is really good. He is doing a great job of that. A reminder, Kenny Florian will be on at 3:30 next Tuesday, which will be the 6th, right? No, the 7th. Yeah. Yo, this stream keeps like, it like pauses for like 3 seconds and then fast forwards to catch up. It's weird. Bro, Brown is just catching him on the body, bro. Just absolutely catching him. Come here. The fight's on. The fight's on right now. Ooh, nice shot from Brown. Thank God I cleaned it out a little. All right. What'd you do? Of course you did. She peed? It was probably Cadella. It's not that I don't like the way Brandon Glanton's fighting. It's just that he's not fighting to win. He's mauling. I mean, this whole fight has just basically been them hugging and fighting from this position right here, infighting. FX. All right, we are in some round. The ref's calling time for some reason. Yeah, that's a great point. Commentary just made. Brandon is getting hit by these punches because he can't see them coming, because he is looking literally everywhere else and he is like hugged against him, right? And he's fighting from this position, throwing body shots, uppercuts, right? But he can't see where he's throwing. Worse than that, he can't see what's coming. And we all know, we've learned the lesson enough to know that it's not how hard you punch, it's the punch you don't see coming that causes the most damage, that is the most significant. Like, it's like the difference between somebody saying, okay, hit me in the stomach, go ahead, I'm gonna make my abs real tough, and you just give me one of those. I would rather somebody literally throw me like that than a jab to the gut like that when I'm not paying attention. Because you're not paying attention, you don't have that, your core locked down, ready to absorb the punch, and it gets in and they touch that windpipe part of your body, bro, you ain't breathing for a while. And that shit hurt. It hurts to want air, to need air. And that's what that does. I don't know what the ref's doing. Oh, he's warning them, bro. About time. Ooh, that was a low blow from Brown, but that was one of the first few. Yo, the ref didn't even care. Brandon caught him with a nice no-look punch there. Yo, he really is throwing without looking. I'm telling y'all right now. And this is the thing. These are the guys that Jake's afraid of. Jake is terrified to fight a guy like Brandon Glanton. Are you kidding? Somebody who's like just like not skilled enough to beat you in a boxing match, so he's going to utilize all of his physicality on you. Like, that's a rough night. Like, even imagine, right? Jake never beats Brandon Glenn. I just want that to be clear. Jake never beats a guy like Marcus Brown ever, 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 ever. Okay? We could wait till Marcus Brown's 40. He ain't beating Marcus Brown. That said, though, right, there's a difference between getting peppered by Marcus Brown and being weighed upon all fight by Brandon, who's just so heavy. And oh, that's why the ref stopped it, because it was getting crazy, bro. It was getting crazy. They were like doing this weirdo shit while they were fighting. Dude, they're just like this the whole time. This is a terrible fight. I told so many people to watch it, bro. People are gonna be mad at me. Oh, damn, Brown shit fell apart again. His gloves. Oh, this is crazy what we're seeing here right now. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Dude, this is taking forever to adjust this shit. All right, finally we're back to it, bro. Back at it, dog. Hugging. Right back to hugging, dog. I'm telling you right now, y'all are all, if you've ever seen Marcus Brown fight, you must be thinking to yourself right now, oh, Brown's up to his old bullshit again. No, dog. This is Glanton. This is Glanton coming charge. No, Brown's also pulling in too, though. Yo, but they're going at it when they do get in and they give each other enough room to punch. But oh, now they're both going at it hard. Yo, they closed out that round strong. They do these big, long, wide shots. Look, you see these big, long, wide shots. Oh, look at this. Look. See, that was a low blow. Yeah. And so that's what the commentators are saying, that Marcus Brown literally caught him to give himself a breather, and Brandon oversold it to give himself a breather. And here's the thing. I don't know what round it is. They don't have the round up. Every time they show the ring card girls, they do this far shot that I tried to show y'all, and you can't see shit. Like literally nothing. Bro, this is so crazy. Yo, it is hilarious. Okay. The broadcast, the zone is fine. What's happening is the people in the truck over there are like, it's like played at 1.5 speed while the audio is the same still. And then it catches right back up with itself and then just keeps going. I mean, it's not like we're missing anything. It's just, this is terrible to watch. Terrible to watch. This is an Amir Khan promotion, by the way. Oh, shit. Oh, you had to take her thing off? Did you hear? You didn't hear me, right? The fight's on. Brendan Glanton's fighting. Yeah, you know my friend, right? I mean, we're not like friends. But I followed him since he turned pro and interviewed him a bunch of times. By the way, I was also the first person to interview Marcus Brown. Well, me and Ness and everybody that was on TBV when he turned pro. He actually announced it on our show. Well, no. He didn't announce it on our show. There was a press release that was announced like 2 days before, but he gave us the first interview after he announced going pro. And big right hand from Brandon Glanton. Marcus Brown is eating these shots well. He really, really is. Ooh. And he just threw a fiery exchange right there, bro. Now Brandon lands a big right hand on Marcus Brown. Marcus is not throwing back much. Brown might have felt that one. Hey, Brand, man, you can't do that to Brand, bro. Stop it. Okay, Brandon Glanton is like ready now. I'm not gonna say that was all a warm up, but yo, he is getting in and he's putting in work now. Oof, man, he hit him with a left, but then he caught him with the shoulder on the way up too. Oh, and a big right hand, a big right uppercut catches Marcus Brown to close out the round. Jeez, that was huge. Yeah, this referee is like levels below the talent in the ring right now. I mean, at least Marcus Brown, like, this is crazy. This referee's actually the one who's doing everything right now. He's doing too much is what he's doing. Yeah, and here's the other part, right? Like Brown is making no effort to get away. Like he is very willing to fight this fight where he's at. Like if you're Brown and his team heading into this fight, if you don't think this is going to be a head in charge type of opponent, what did you even watch film at that point? You had to have known that at some point you were, I mean, wait, something's going on. Marcus Brown just quit. Marcus Brown just quit on his stool. Okay, something is going on. The broadcast audio is off. There it goes. It wasn't. Was it a brilliant win? Bro, that's what he did. Brandon leaned on this man, weighed him down for whatever rounds that was. And then in the last couple rounds before the finish, he turned it on and he sapped Brown of every bit of energy. I wonder how much Brown trained for this fight. And it's not to question Brown, his seriousness in the sport, nor is it to question, his past training camps or anything like that. I only asked that because he was so willing to get in and fight Brandon's fight, and he never relented from it. Not one point did he ever try to shift this game or make it something else. I think he assumed that Brandon Glanton was going to lay and pray and essentially hope that, he'd land something big and that Brown was going to just be able to hit him with things that he didn't see coming throughout the fight. The problem was that Brandon was absolutely executing the game plan 100%. At points where you saw that Brandon either looked already tired possibly or unwilling to really, exchange in a clean in clean segments or clean offensive sequences. Like it was crazy. Like they're just fighting like this the whole time. They're fighting like this. And it's not to say they're not landing. They're just not landing in a way that you'd think anybody is going to get a stoppage in this fight. I very much thought this was going the distance. But in those last couple rounds, and I really hope they show the replay of that last bit of action, because I mean Brown got hit with huge shots. Y'all heard me reacting in real time to these shots. Shout out Amir Khan. I'm reacting in real time. These are big shots. These are huge shots that he's hitting them with. But Brown never goes down. Brown never seems like he's, Brandon's having the time of his life. Yeah, unfortunately, while you have to give credit to Brandon Glanton for this, you also have to consider what happened with Marcus Brown just there. It's okay to be a beaten fighter and to quit on your stool when you know you've had enough. It's another thing to not have the desire to go and get hit with any more of those punches. Like there are two mindsets that a fighter has when they get hit with brutal shots at the end of a round, right? These aren't knockdown shots that you get up and survive. No, this is a moment where you're basically having an even round or even a swing round, and somewhere in the last 30, 45 seconds, the other fighter turns it up and you get hit with some really hard shots, the hardest shots of the fight. Now you are in a position where you're asking yourself, do I want to get hit with these punches anymore? Okay, that's one mindset. The other mindset is, I'm going to go out there and hit him with those punches that he just hit me with. I'm going to go get my get back. And it's not necessarily fight or flight, but it is sort of fight or flight. And Marcus Brown had the look of a fighter who had had enough punches. In fact, he had the look of a fighter that may have had enough punches for the rest of his life. He might not have it in him to fight anymore, not in terms of ability, because he did look really good at moments. And there were moments where Brandon Glant was completely like, I mean, he looked like a fish out of water. Unfortunately, I don't think Marcus Brown has that. I don't want to say fighting spirit. I don't think he has that fighter's will. Bro, Brandon, you are doing too much, big dog. Too damn much, bro. What are you doing? All right, let's see what I can pull up here. Yo, they're popping like a shit ton of fireworks. They really, really love this dude. Crazy. All right, I got something for y'all. Thank y'all for rocking out with me during this fight. I appreciate it. Each and every one of you. If you would hit the sub or the like, I would even very much more appreciate it. Oh shit, bruh. Brandon Glanton, champ. You know what? Do your thing, champ. Do your thing. Okay, so let's see here. What I'm going to show you here is going to be the last 35 seconds of the fight. Okay. Now, what you're going to see. Oh, actually, I don't let my walk talk. I don't let my walk. So, probably after that, we'll. All right. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you don't know, then that's okay. Just know that we're going to show you some action that just took place. Just know that. Semi-orthopedist. Brandon Glanton just thanked his orthopedist on his post-fight. I love that shit. Bruh. See, but this is where you're going to get a shot with Jake, right? I mean, you got to get that clout up. And Brandon said he felt disrespected. I feel like he got disrespected too. That's why I came in so hot, because it was like, bro, do not disrespect this man, right? Like if we're talking Adelaide, we're talking like, top cruiserweights in the world. Okay, we don't want to hear you, Brandon. Stop talking, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a guy who should be given a shot simply because Jake needs an authentic scalp on his resume. He could never beat a top 5 cruiserweight in the world, nor do I think he could even beat a top 15 in the world, top 20. But if he can beat a Brandon Glanton, he deserves our respect at that point. Not only our respect, but our consideration that maybe he could win a title. Not be gifted a title, but win a title within the same parameters expected of every single other fighter on the planet. Yo, he just barked in this white woman's face and her hair flew back. I got the clip on it too. What? This is, bruh. Stop it. He barked in this white woman's face and her hair flew back like that. Listen to me right now. You all 67 people total, 31 on X, I think is the most. Y'all are in for a treat. Y'all are about to see a clip that you're probably going to see a bunch more. Yo, they interviewing Amir Khan now. Bro, you ain't got to shake his hand. They're not really feeling Khan out there. That's all right. But Khan, bring it over here, champ. Come to Corpus. All right. We'll respect you for who you are. And who you are is the greatest offensive fighter of your era in the jam-packed junior welterweight division that contained names such as Lucas Matisse, Danny Garcia, Tim Bradley, Devin Alexander, Victor Ortiz, Kendall Holt. The list would go on and on and on. It was one of the most packed, and Amir Khan was absolutely, hands down, the best offensive fighter. I didn't say defensive fighter. I didn't say the best chin. I didn't say pound for pound, and I didn't say overall skill set, did I? I said best offensive fighter, and he was. The only offense that I think could have beaten Floyd had they fought. I'm not saying he's better than Floyd. I'm not saying any of that. All I'm saying is that styles make fights, and the kind of offensive style that Amir Khan possessed was good enough to beat Floyd, I think. Not saying he does. I'm not saying I'd pick him. I'm not suggesting you should bet millions in an alternative universe. I am simply saying that when you think of the percentage of who could beat who, I think Amir Khan has a slightly better chance than names like Oscar De La Hoya rematch or Victor Ortiz rematch or Antonio Margarito. Paul Williams maybe is, but that's, I mean, come on, dude. That's a crazy fight. All right. So that is okay. So here we are. So I'm going to show you the final 30 seconds. Yeah, he's on his way. Okay. All right. Y'all seeing it, right? Okay, cool. All right. So this is the final moments leading to the corner, or Marcus Brown just quitting on his stool, it looked like. Here's the other problem with the fight. I want to make sure that I make this very, very, very clear. Okay. I want to make this very clear. I am not suggesting one way or the other that that Marcus Brown quit on his stool, and that's a fact. I am saying the optics for what I saw, that's the way it looked. However, I was, engaged with y'all, so I'm not listening to commentary. Also, this was really, really terrible production, and whoever's in the truck doesn't have a lot of experience, I think, with boxing or maybe even live sports in general. It's a very clunky, production, and just very, yeah. It's like you had a lot of money, you put it on the field, and that's good, but maybe next time, bring in some coaches and coordinators that, more equipped to do this. But sorry, I just wanted to see if they're going to talk to Brown real quick. All right. Okay, whatever. All right. So here is the final 30 seconds. There you go. You see these big shots. And right there you see, and I'm going to go back real quick. Okay. Look at the power that Glanton is delivering his punches versus what we see in return right there. Look at that right hand that Brown throws in a position of power in that spot. and he is only mustering up very little mustard on that shot. You see he's tired, he's holding on, he's getting desperate. Now, the ref started to involve himself a little more. Right here, what you're going to see is you're going to see him set up. Now he's got him right in position where he's had him all night, right here, head to head. But the difference is Brown is not in the position that he was early on in the fight. Not at all. He's in a spot where he is. Oh, God, I went way too far. Oops, sorry. Okay, here we go. I just want to show the replay. He's in a spot right here. See, he turns him. Now he's digging to the body. Okay. And Marcus Brown is nowhere positioned like he was. Now these are decent shots he's throwing back. That was a solid uppercut, but he's got really nothing on it. And he's certainly not willing to fire back anything more than that as Brandon just unleashes these shots. So it wasn't so much as like, oh, he landed this shot that hurt Brown and stopped him. It wasn't even like an overwhelming stoppage TKO or the corner suggesting he'd had enough or the ref stopping the action because he thinks he'd had enough. This was something much, much different. God damn it, you pieces of shit. This broadcast, dude. This broadcast. So we'll go back real quick. You see, we're seeing these replays. And there's that right hand that got through. Oh, man, I forgot to even mention that one earlier. So let's go right back just a little bit. Okay, so you see he's not just landing these great shots, but he's putting him in these positions to just land punishing body work. And still, shout out to Brown. He's throwing back, but it's just got nothing on it. Here's the problem. Brown might just be too smart to realize that he didn't have a chance. And I mean, look at these. These are big shots. Big shots from a really big guy. Look at that back. Jesus. And these are, by the way, unprotected shots. He's not grazing glove. I mean, Brown is beaten at that moment. And look, here it is. He's like refusing to put his mouthpiece in. Was that what he was doing? And look, he's just like, nope, I'm done. Yeah, I think he quit, bro. Yeah, he quit. Yeah, he quit. You know what? I don't know. I don't know that. Let's go back and look one more time. Okay. Let's go back and look one more time. Okay, so here are the body shots. Absolutely devastating. Bro, they got another singer in there, bro. That's crazy work. Oof. There is that big shot right there. Big uppercut. I mean, these are all unprotected, clear, clean, flush shots to the head. You have to have that dog in you to be willing to continue in a fight like this. And unfortunately, at Marcus Brown's age and his illustrious career through lights is just, I think he's reached the end of his rope. And that's okay. It happens to every fighter. This game is not meant to continue to do, otherwise we'd have senior leagues out there the way that we have golf senior leagues, or the way that we have bowling senior leagues, or the way that they have tennis senior leagues, or the way we have pickleball senior leagues. Again, I'm mentioning sports. I let my talk. I don't let my walk. Appreciate that, guys. All right, I fucked something up here. All right. All right. So anyway, let me see if they're gonna put any highlights so I can share the overall highlights with y'all. Dude, they did like 4 different concerts. I'm assuming like Nigerians, like they have music with everything. I'm assuming that's how like Puerto Ricans are. Like baseball, yo, they got a full band out there, like legit. Like they're playing everything during baseball. Like you wouldn't, like you go to a football game, you see a marching band or you see like a band in the like student section, or even like some of them have like these really small intricate like bands or whatever, like jazz or whatever. But like you'll never see that at baseball, right? Like no matter what level, from little league to the pros, it don't work that way. But don't tell Puerto Ricans that, because they do not give a shit what you want music with or not, because they're gonna be jamming. So I'm assuming that's the way it is with Nigerians too. They're very musical people. So anyway, let's go back to this moment in the fight. You know what? Let me make sure that this is, so that way I don't fuck this up again. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So here's another look at what we were watching, or what we were all watching together. And now, oh, that's why. And now here's this clip right here where we see this is the round before the last round. So this is a round before Brown quits, and you see he's got the guard up. They've been fighting from that position for a while. That was a shot that Brown took that was low. The ref didn't give them really any time. They got right back at it. But here you see Brown, working. He's working. This was not a situation where Brandon Glanton just dominated or steamrolled the fight. Not at all. This is a situation where, it was kind of like Brandon just set him up from the beginning. It's like almost the opposite of a rope-a-dope. It was like a rope-a genius. I mean, he was outperforming him in a lot of different ways, bro. A lot of different ways. And then what ended up happening was he turned it up right when he needed to, right when he had maybe planned. I don't know, dude. Brandon Glanton's team may be just as responsible for that win as anyone else. All right, now we got to watch this because this was kind of unhinged. All right. Now, this is Brandon Glanton celebrating post-fight by beating cruiserweight Marcus Brown. Now, I said on air for the last 2 weeks that Marcus Brown is a very, very talented fighter, but at this stage in his career, he's not the upcoming former Olympic light heavyweight. This is, even though he looked in decent shape too, though, by the way. All right, this is Brandon Glanton after the fight.
And what an atmosphere in Nigeria. My first time here, and I've enjoyed it, and I've loved the boxing. Congratulations to Brandon Glanton for putting on such performance. Commiserations to Marcus Brown. He'll be back. And let's go straight back into the ring. Of course,
he'll be back. Why? What makes you think that?
There's a lot of emotion coming from you right now. What are you feeling in this moment? feel amazing.
Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Hey, Jack, let me get my flowers, dog. Come on, man. I feel great.
You felt underappreciated going into this fight. I heard you saying to the crowd, what are you saying now? Nobody's talking. Do you feel like you've won them over?
Yeah. Almost. I got to do it one more time. Hey, easy. Dr. Ezekiel. Dr. Ezekiel, can we get a strap? Can we run it back? Get a strap? I'll give that black man another chance. We in Nigeria. Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, let him have it.
Going to have it back?
Let him have it. We can run it back.
Okay.
Do it again. Let me do it for 12.
For 12?
For 12. Let me get a strap.
What time do you want?
Shit, whatever you can get, I'll take it. No matter. I ain't greedy.
Bro, what the fuck?
Great. Man,
I think y'all just.
obviously thank the promotion, AK Promotions.
I think y'all just recorded
Promotions,
yourself
JB,
in a
Dr. Ezekiel,
felony.
everybody, my mom, dad, Doc, Ari Kramer, Jason Jones, Melvin Diaz, my team,
All right, watch the bark.
Larry,
Watch the
Ken
bark
and
in the white
Charlie,
woman's hair.
everybody who put into it. Barber Orthopedics, everybody, Fight Doctors, Dr. C, everybody, thank you for giving me another shot.
The fuck? Oh no. Did they? Oh, my bad.
Barber Orthopedics, everybody, Fight Doctors,
Sorry.
Dr. C, everybody, thank you for giving me another shot, for letting me come in. I'm happy to be here. This win is especially sweet. Go ahead and kill it for you, so you ain't gotta do all that. Especially sweet, not because it was the most money or the biggest titles. Same. I disrespected somebody in English. I'll never do that again. I didn't appreciate being disrespected. I didn't appreciate the comments that were made. I didn't appreciate back in 2019 when all this took place. Either way, I'm happy to be here. We're able to pass. I ain't got no hate for that, man. I won. That's it. The meme y'all made, we can keep that a meme. I told you that boy was gonna quit. I told you.
Look, he started very fast.
Yeah, I told you the boy was cold. I told you he could fight. It wasn't never a thing we couldn't fight. But they said I couldn't box.
Bro,
It's all boxing.
he in podcast
Power,
mode.
outside boxing, inside boxing, holding.
This is a what, bro. She
Great
got no
hands.
control of this interview.
You got Caleb Plants, you got Mike Tyson, you got Amir Khan's, you
Bruh.
got Mikey Garcia's, you got Brandon
Larry
Glenn.
Merchant ain't putting up
It's
with
all
this shit.
different.
Look,
I ain't
watch.
gotta be fancy.
Right here, watch.
I'm rough.
Look, you called out Ramirez. You said you
Look at
wanted
her hair, bro.
Optile.
It's all
Look at her
different.
hair.
I
Look
ain't
at her
gotta
hair.
be fancy. I'm rough.
Look, you called out Ramirez. You were saying that you wanted Optile. What is next for you? And are those guys on the plan now?
He's so
What's
mad
next?
at that.
Well, they're
She's
pretty
so
young.
mad.
You got Mikey
Look at this
Garcia's,
shit.
you got Brandon Glenn. It's all different. I ain't gotta be fancy. I'm rough.
Look, you called out Ramirez. You were saying that you wanted Optile. What is next for you? And are those?
I ain't gotta be fancy. I'm rough.
Look, you called out Ramirez. You were saying that you wanted Optile.
Great hands. You got Caleb Plants, you got Mike Tyson's, you got Amir Khan's, you got Mikey Garcia's, you got Brandon Glenn. It's all different. I ain't gotta be fancy. I'm rough.
Look, you called out Ramirez. You were saying that you wanted Optile.
Yeah, that gets me every time, bro. Oh shit, that was hilarious. What the fuck? Oh, my bad. Yo, shout out to Brandon Glanton, bro. All love. Let's see if we can get him on the show. I'm gonna hit him up. And this is probably gonna be a few days before he even respond, but we'll see if we can get him on. He barked in that one woman's face, and her hair flew back, bro. Oh man, dog. Listen to me right now. That could get him a fight. That might get him on Jake's radar enough to be like, but then he gonna watch the fight. And he's going to be like, nah, not until I make my $1 billion payday against whatever scrub or old man that he drags out of retirement. But yo, imagine the press conference between Jake Paul and the man you just saw right there, Brandon Glenn. Imagine for just a moment what that would be like. That might be worth the price of admission alone. Brandon Glanton can carry that promotion. Or okay, I'm sorry, not carry, right? Nobody's carrying a Jake Paul promotion but Jake Paul. But he can handle his own. He can carry himself in that promotion. And that's a thing that a lot of people can't do, right? And when your B-side can carry himself, you get the kind of promotion and the kind of financial success that you saw in Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor, right? That fight had no business being one of the largest pay-per-view boxing events ever. It has no business being that. You know why? Because it was never a real fight. There was never a chance that Conor McGregor was going to win, and it was always going to go the way it was going to go. In fact, I applaud Conor McGregor for not getting beat even worse, to be honest with you. I felt like Conor actually did a great job, that he didn't get fucking stopped in 5 rounds or 3 rounds, I mean. So credit to him for just not getting his, ass beat to one of the softest fisted, pound for pound punchers in the world. And that's not even hate. I'm just saying, like, there's a guy in Conor who fights with 4-ounce gloves and 5-ounce gloves, whatever. And he's taken some hard shots, and yet it was Floyd Mayweather who did what he did. And that's a testament to the sweet science. Yeah, thanks, IG. I appreciate it, but I'm good. Hey, shout out Jennifer Doomy in the chat, in the building. Thanks for popping on, champ. Y'all go to the Boxing Biz on YouTube, X, basically everywhere. My boy holding it down always. Shout out to Cruz too, by the way, in the chat. So yeah, I just think that would be a great promotion. And when you look at Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather, that was never really a fight. And yet it was made into this massive propagandized event that sold the most pay-per-views in the history of the sport, notwithstanding Floyd Pacquiao. Like, that's pretty impressive. Pretty damn impressive, especially when you realize that market at that point is in the throes of pay-per-view piracy to the heights that it had never seen. It get much worse, right? We didn't realize how much worse it could get, but that's where we were, and they were still able to carry a promotion of that nature successfully. Now, we are going to jump off. If anybody wants to, nobody wants to jump on, right? I'll tell you what, I'll throw the link on for 5 minutes if anybody wants to come on. It is on X right about. Okay, you know what? Let me do it over here first. Okay, so it is on X. All you have to do is click the link. Now, if you don't want to download the StreamYard app, which you don't have to at all, then just copy the link and paste it in your browser, like Safari or Chrome or whatever you use on your phone or desktop or iPad or wherever you're able to click a link from. So if you do that, make sure you come on and try to have some good audio if you can, please. Headphones with a little mic piece is good. AirPods are fine if they are, the kind that have the external mic, which most of them are. I mean, AirPods, I meant to say, first of all, AirPods all have that capability. So if you have those, I just mean like earbuds that, are wireless. So what the fuck is this? What show is Eddie a part? Oh, this is a classic fight.
Ladies and gentlemen from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's now time for the chief support of the evening. Super Flyweight Championship of the world.
Ooh, I'll watch this. Who is this?
Please welcome
All right, a Chocolatito fight. Hell yeah. I'm tapped in. Oh, it's not Chocolatito. My bad. It's what's his name? Zios. Oh shit! The Red Sox started. Okay. So it's on X if anybody wants to jump on. And then now it's on YouTube, and which we never jumped off of, by the way. I just realized that. So hey, by the way, I showed everything and I still didn't get screwed over. So good on me. Thank you, Mr. Khan and Mr. whatever your other name was that was brokering a deal to be able to get whatever belt you wanted. Dude, he said that on fucking air. That was crazy. And you know, it's so funny too. I totally forgot about the Brandon Glanton stuff with Marcus Brown. Like that was a fight we wanted back in like 2020, like right before COVID or like right as COVID hit. Like boxing hadn't shut down yet. And this was like a fight. Like I remember that fight and Rolly and Ryan Garcia were two fights that were not even close to being, to happening. And nobody, like everybody in the know knew it. They weren't negotiating them, nothing, right? Even when Floyd made that stupid offer, like there was never any point where Ryan Garcia and Rolly were ever a real fight being negotiated, no matter what any of them say. They fought when they fought. And that was the first time that they'd ever came to the table with a real negotiation. That said, though, yeah, I remember it was both of them. And I didn't even remember it until they brought it up on thing, right? Like, so it's like goes to the whole point. Brandon Glanton knows, like, Brandon Glanton's not mad at something that happened in 2019. And if he is, then that's very sad. But I highly doubt that, right? Marcus Brown is clearly like, I've gotten to interview that guy. He's really smart, right? This is a guy who is very smart and also very confident in himself. Like he knows how impressive it is to get to the point where he got in his career, right? He didn't need to be Mike Tyson or Floyd Mayweather, or, you know what I mean? Like he's very confident being the very talented amateur and professional fighter that he ended up being. That said, this was all for the money, right? This is like all to like make clout and to like propel a narrative to be able to promote. And that shows that Brandon Glanton can do that, right? So why not, Jake? Why not give this guy a chance, right? Assuming you beat Tank, because if you lose to a featherweight, even in an exhibition, I don't want to see Brandon Glanton is 10,000 times better than a fighter who would lose to a featherweight. And that's not a knock on Tank at all. That's to say that if you have that much of a size advantage and you lose, it's because the skill discrepancy is far too much. And if that's the case for Jake, then matching him up against lesser skilled fighters than Tank, but that possess the attributes, physical attributes that close the gap on that deficiency, then you're still in the same place, right? You're still overwhelming Jake. Jake can be. Boone is done. Oh no, are the Yanks losing? Shit. Oh, it's 3-3, top of the 7th, and they are pulling the starter. Oh, Yankee fans are not happy. I don't know what's going on. Three, got runners on second and first. I think it was no outs. Yeah, this is the bullpen needs to come up huge right here for New York. Unfortunately, this is exploiting New York's weakest points. That's a sick commercial. So anyway, in ending, and by the way, I've only talked as long on this as I have just to give you all a chance to jump on. But I'm done stalling, so doesn't look like anybody else is gonna jump on. Yeah, so I'm just gonna end there. Brandon Glenn should get a shot. I think he can carry the promotion. I think that Jake needs to let something go, right? Either you fight somebody your weight who is not at the top of the sport, right? Or you fight somebody who is at the top of their game, but slightly smaller than you, right? We're talking like super middleweight, not fucking career lightweight featherweights. Brandon Glenn checks a lot of boxes if Jake Paul is interested in being authentic. I watch wrestling and MMA as well as boxing, actually all sports. But the one thing I can tell you is watching wrestling, I have to admit, or else I'm not doing my job, the truth about Logan Paul. And the truth about Logan Paul is that he has absolutely been able to swim. He's been able to swim in the deepest of waters and with the biggest of fish. He, from matches with Roman Reigns to spots at the Royal Rumble and Money in the Bank, when this kid goes out there, he performs as a top level performer amongst top level performers. Make no mistake about it. Logan Paul, when it comes to wrestling, is the real deal. Simultaneously, when it comes to his brother Jake and his venture into boxing, he is the phoniest of phony. It has to be said that in a sport that's scripted, Logan Paul's run has been more authentic than Jake Paul's run in boxing. That is not me suggesting that any of Jake's fights have been staged or fake. I don't think enough people understand the effort it would take to do that. So many casuals, especially little kids, man, the little kids that live near me, they love me and my wife. We always, have popsicles and stuff out there. And, it's like they have like little block parties and, we'll bring the kids stuff or whatever, candy, whatever. And they always come running up to me to talk wrestling. But every once in a while, a boxing or MMA topic will, pierce their YouTube algorithm, and they'll come and talk to me about it, right? And they can't wait. They love talking boxing, MMA. I think they like to impress me, I guess. And they were saying how they knew, they knew that it was a staged fight, that it was fake. And they were saying it in a way that they thought I was going to be like, oh my gosh, y'all knew? Oh, wow, cool. Y'all are in the in now. Like, y'all know. Truthfully, though, I didn't say anything, right? I didn't want to get into a shit fight with little kids about whether Jake Paul and Mike Tyson was staged, but they were very off on the narrative. And that showed me that most people probably don't understand what they saw that night. What they saw was a very well done promotion, propagandizing the closeness of a fight between a once great in his 50s heading towards his 60s, fighting a guy who is more than half his age and in all likelihood has been taking steroids. Now, I don't say that to throw accusations. I'm just saying, in the likelihood of things, when we place percentages on certain people, right, there is at least a chance in the realm that Jake has at some point dabbled in something that has given him an edge that would otherwise disqualify him from competing in things like the Olympics or VADA testing or WADA testing or whatever. So, all of that to say that that was a farce, and good on people knowing it was a farce. The problem is they don't recognize the farce, right? They don't want to believe that they bought into something real and were juked. Instead, they have to believe that a conspiracy was at play that no one else could see coming, right? The fact is, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, that was rigged. That was set up. It was staged. No, it wasn't. It wasn't at all. It was as sad as you thought it was. It was as sad as you thought it was. And here's the other part for just a second. If you did think it was a stage, or if you think it was staged, then go back and just watch it. And for a moment, just consider you might be wrong. Just not because you have to be, or I want you to be, not at all. Just for the sake of being fully, what's the word? Like, fuck, I can't think of the word. Like, to be sure, right? Double sure. Go and look and watch the fight with the narrative that everything you see is real. And that is really a however old man in there. I don't even remember how old he is now. Or how old he was when he fought. That is him out there trying his best. And that's Mother Nature showing you, or Father Time rather, showing you, well, both, showing you that we don't live forever, you know? And I think a lot of people, especially older people that believe it was set up, I think part of it is maybe this thing where they don't want to believe what they saw was real, you know? So many people thought Jake was just going to get his ass handed to him. Yeah. But anyway, Brandon Clanton, that's the guy you got to fight, Jake. You want to make it up to boxing fans for what you did to Mike Tyson. You want to stop being this circus salesman who is trying to sell the people on a no good product to convince them that it'll cure all their ails and it's this magic elixir. You want to stop being that carny, used car salesman, ambulance chasing lawyer. You want to be authentic? Go fight Brandon Clanton. Go fight him. He ain't gonna stylistically abuse you. Okay. This isn't the top cruiserweight in the world, nor does he resemble anything that looks even similar to what we saw in the past cruiserweight renaissances. And even the recent one that was led by Alexander Usyk and included guys like Dorticos and others that that made the cruiserweight division one of the best divisions in boxing at that time, maybe the best pound for pound at that moment. And so many people don't even realize it because cruiserweight's a long forgotten division. And yet that division was stacked with some of the best fighters that were fighting in the world at that time. And by the way, Usyk came out the king of them. So, you know, that kind of adds to everything you already know about him at heavyweight, doesn't it? Bases loaded, 2 outs, 2-1. Oh, a deep shot to center. That might not do it, though. Yep, that's going to be a long out. Wow. They get saved. Oh, Soto. Oh, no, that's the pitcher. My bad. Yo, they are hyped. They do not want to get swept. Holy shit. Yo, this guy's pumped. Yo, I don't know. Do you send him back out there that jazzed up, though? He thought it was he thought it was gone, too. You saw him as soon as he hit it. He was like, oh, shit. But then he saw the wind kind of holding it up. He's like, oh, yeah, I got it. And then he just lost it. Yeah, so that's going to do it for us. I know we were supposed to go over MMA, and I swear to God, we're going to talk Perea at some point, but it's already 7:15. I've been on for 4 hours, and I want to finish watching the game, and my iPad is dying. So tomorrow, what we're going to talk about is Perea, and we're going to talk about the rematch. Ankalaev is going to defend his title against Perea, his light heavyweight title. And they are the main event of this weekend's UFC event on October 4th, Saturday. And this is the second to the last pay-per-view before the era of pay-per-views ends and the era of Paramount Plus begins. So the official last one is going to be the heavyweight fight where, they basically officially crown Gagne. But before that, we're going to get this fight. And what we're going to be talking tomorrow is rematches. Rematches in MMA, rematches in boxing. Which ones are the best? Which ones were the worst? Which ones lived up to the hype? Which ones did we never get that we always wanted? I know Super Mex, a good friend of mine who's a good friend of this show, has long stated that De La Hoya Trinidad is one of the worst no rematches that we've ever gotten in boxing. Might have even hurt boxing to a degree for fans that never forgave that scorecard and couldn't see redemption for it and may have never trusted boxing again after what they saw De La Hoya secure enough rounds to mathematically win, only to dump a bunch of rounds by running, but losing the fight and being unsure how that mathematically could happen. Maybe we'll watch that fight. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow. Probably not, but maybe. Yeah, so we're going to talk about best rematches in MMA, best rematches in boxing. If you are so inclined to tap in, we will get yours. I have a couple guests scheduled, but I am no longer telling people who the guests are until they confirm on that day. So, but that said, Kenny Florian has assured us we are penciled in 3:30 on his schedule. He will be joining us live on Infighting FX. And I cannot wait to talk to him, man. He is somebody who I very much admire in MMA throughout his career, right? This is a guy who showed how good you can be with jiu-jitsu post Gracie era. And the thing that's important about that is not that the Gracies weren't brilliant jiu-jitsu fighters, not at all. But how good were they at utilizing BJJ within MMA? Because to look back on what they did in their first few UFC events isn't fair, really. To see the birth of this thing on American TV and expose guys that had never been exposed to BJJ before, like Ken Shamrock, and to take advantage of their lack of knowledge. No, Kenny Florian came along at a time where that lesson had not only been learned, but it had been relearned and relearned until everybody that competed in MMA knew you needed to have at least a basis of understanding for jiu-jitsu if you were going to compete. And that is where Kenny Florian shined. Kenny Florian became a guy who was very early making, before things went viral, he was a viral submission artist. And I can't wait to talk about his career. I can't wait to talk about him being one of the first guys to make the crossover into journalism as an MMA guy. MMA is still very much in its infancy, right? While the UFC is a very established brand and product, the sport of MMA is still very new in a lot of ways, right? Because the MMA we watch today is not the MMA that we got in the tournament years, right? It's not the MMA that we saw, of a young Shogun or a young Chuck Liddell or a young light heavyweight Randy Couture. Like, all those eras of MMA have come and gone, right? We've seen eras shaped by jiu-jitsu. We've seen eras shaped by infighting or Muay Thai, elbows, just like in close fighting and being able to land knees when you are this close to your opponent. And then we saw ultimately the wrestling era come in, and that was the final big shape that MMA took. And then it was like, because wrestling very much had a similar moment like BJJ, where if you didn't have a strong wrestling basis, even if you weren't a former Olympian or NCAA champion, you had to at least have the proponents of a wrestler. Otherwise, if you went against a trained wrestler who has successfully crossed over into MMA, you're done. You're toast. He's just going to maul you to death. Lay and pray is a term that came from that era, and it's unfair. But if you can't get the guy off of you, then what's to stop him from just taking you down every time and holding you there? You got to learn to defend that. And eventually we get to this place where we are today, where Eastern Europeans have shaped a newer, more physical, relentless version of wrestling and Samba and kind of like blended them together. And that style accounts for some of the greatest pound for pound fighters of the last couple of eras and also of all time. So yeah, anyway, we're going to talk to Kenny on that. We're going to talk to him about a lot more stuff, including the White House UFC stuff, which he is greenlit to speak about. So yeah, definitely going to have a lot of interesting things to talk about with him, man. I can't wait. But for those of you that tapped in all day, I appreciate it. Appreciate Mike Woods for coming through. Woodsy's always a great guest. If you did not catch our conversation talking about the Hall of Fame, talking about Gennady Golovkin and his place right now, as well as people like Kelly Swanson and Vernon Forrest, please go back and check out that conversation. We went back and we watched Ike Corte and Vernon Forrest. For those of you that jumped on in the last 30 minutes, you can go back and check that out. And yeah, please go to Infight and FX on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, TikTok, and IG. Yeah, and I am at Mario Munguia on Facebook and IG for anybody that wants to follow me personally. We'll be live tomorrow, probably not super long, but we will do the MMA stuff and we will get the wrestling content in as well. I know we didn't get to talk about the Eddie Hearn team up very much. We kind of like dabbled on it at the very beginning, but we will get to that tomorrow as well. So until tomorrow, peace.